What? Dot fuck them up. What? I'ma do my stuff. Trolling like a bitch. Ain't you tired? Trying to strike a chord and it's probably A minor. They not like us. 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 Still making a thumbnail if you in here. What's up with you? How you doing? How you feeling? How you doing? How you doing? How you feeling? All those things. All those things. Shit like that. You know what I'm saying? What would be a proper thumbnail for this? I don't feel like making one though. That's the problem. Bow. That's perfect. Hey, how y'all doing? Howdy. We got one person on Twitch. My one Twitch viewer. How you doing? Comment if you watching on Twitch. Weird Horizon. I'm about to watch AEW Rampage after a while. I'm gonna see if it's good or not. Wow. Less than 700 people. Yeah. 700 people for Rampage. I mean, it's not good, but at the same time, it's still just like, damn, they really got 900 people to go to. They really got 900 people to go to Rampage. That's amazing, ain't it? That's a little amazing, ain't it? It's probably A minor. Hey, if you in the chat, I want to see you type OV ho, man. My one Twitch viewer, they watch. I don't know who they are, but they watch, but they never say anything. I love them, but they never say anything. Yeah, we on Twitch though. If I could get that link, I'm gonna send it. Let me see. If y'all want to watch on Twitch, y'all go want to watch on Twitch though, because there's gonna be times where I can't, play music or play videos, but I can on Twitch, because if I play it on YouTube, it'll strike us down. So y'all gotta, it's gonna be Twitch exclusive streams. Yes, everything is great. Everything is great, guys. Oh, Sunday, y'all gonna want to be subscribed on Twitch or follow on Twitch, because if because I'm gonna be watching what's Double or Nothing. I'm gonna be watching Double or Nothing with y'all. But if I play it in like the background, they'll just because of the audio, they could take the video down. That's just how they operate. So you gonna want to be subscribed. You gonna want to follow me on Twitch. The link should be in the description, if anything. I know I'm taking a while. I'm just still getting some things together. They not like us. They not like us. They not like us. Boy, organized the what, bro? Yeah, my mom. That is hilarious. My mom got on me about my shoes. Hey, I appreciate everybody who stopped by on Twitch. My mom got on me about my closet, but it's not even that bad. It's not even that bad, bro. Y'all gassing it for real, bro. These my cutting the grass shoes. Don't even acknowledge them. Where do these go? We'll put you right there. See, it's not even that bad, bro. Y'all gassing it. You King Front, Family Matters is a banger. It's cool. It's cool, but Meet the Grams immediately just shut all that shit down. Lil Baby dropped a verse. No, you thinking of Dub Baby. You thinking of Dub Baby. AJ starting to look like late 90s, early 2000s Macho Man. Wasn't Macho Man on roids? I'm not saying AJ is, but you know, I'm not saying he is, but you know, bro got outdrawed by his mom. Who? What are we talking about? What are we talking about? Mercedes Monet said she. Oh yeah, we gonna talk about that. We gonna talk about that. We gonna talk about that. What's up, Connor? Anton, what's up? Oh, you said Lil Baby. Yeah. Thank you, Denisha. How you doing? How you doing? I haven't seen you since you became a mod. Like you became a mod and just like, all right, I got my role. I'm out of here. I remember when I encountered a Sasha stan and they was pissed off because I said Sasha was decent. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't seen her in a ring in years, so I forgot what I even feel about her as a wrestler. To be honest with you, um, I know, like, if y'all was watching my channel, y'all know, I was like, I had high hopes for Sasha or Mercedes Monet in AEW. I had the biggest hopes for her in AEW. I always said it. I said it for months. She's not going to be CM Punk. She's not going to have the impact of CM Punk, but she's going to have the impact of, like, she's going to be in between. She's not going to be as bad as Edge was. Like an Edge or Adam Copeland now is his name. He came in the first 2 weeks, he was great. He had huge momentum, drew viewers, I should say. It was the talk of the town, but that lasted 2 weeks. I thought, I'm not saying this she was gonna be that, but I thought for sure she was gonna have people, she was gonna have her cult like following, like, make up for any deficiencies AEW has. So I thought she was a step in the right direction, but my God, she's flopped, man. She is flopped. Like, it is bad. It is bad. It's so bad. It's been so disappointing, and maybe it's because she hasn't wrestled. But I thought she was better on the mic than she was. I thought than she's shown. I thought she was better on the mic than she's shown. I thought she was a better actor than what she's shown. I thought, she knew. I don't know. I mean, I guess I should wait till tomorrow or Sunday to really give her, a honest critique on anything. But so far, I'm very disappointed. I'm very disappointed in Mercedes Monet so far. It's not even funny. It's not even funny. You didn't. Yeah, it's not even funny how disappointed I am in her. And she did an interview with The Ringer. I'm gonna share my screen with y'all. This is the first topic of the day. I appreciate everyone who is here again. We will be doing a watch along with Double or Nothing, but it's going to be on Twitch. So you have to tune in to Twitch, because if I do it on YouTube, the audio will let the live stream be taken down by AEW. Or what's the referee's name? What's Aubrey Edwards? She will take down my video. Whatever her fake name is. She will take down my video if I do it on YouTube. But on Twitch, she can't do it. So you want to make sure you subscribe to the Twitch. Yeah, let me see. Shout out to the 3 people who are watching on Twitch, by the way. Continue on Twitch. Oh, so yeah, this interview. Meanwhile, yeah. Where am I? Oh, okay, bow. So is January 2020, Houston, Texas is hosting. Why are we talking about Royal Rumble? Yada yada yada. Where's the quotes? Okay, yeah, here we go. A few quotes. I was given 2 media passes to both events. This is the person. Who is this? This is Cameron Hawkins talking about himself. To my surprise, it was my buddy Shells, whom I met through Twitter and did a Nation of Domination cosplay with during WrestleMania 34. We took some pictures, went to my hotel room to record a podcast, and agreed to hit a few bars afterward. Walking through downtown Houston, he saw some familiar faces. WWE superstars Bayley and Sasha Banks playing it cool. I looked over as we. So this was around the time she. I don't know, because I know in the pandemic. Yeah, I would rather you watch on Twitch. I would rather you watch on Twitch because we could do way more on Twitch. We could do way more on Twitch. We could listen to music together. We can watch videos and stuff together because YouTube is kind of strict, which I appreciate, but you know, it's very much more strict. Hold up, I'll be right back. Okay. Yeah, I prefer you watch on Twitch, but and Denisha, if you can post the link to the Twitch in the chat. So walking through down in, they seen, you know, they played it cool. Hey, Big Fed, they said thanks, which is crazy. I've never really heard that many positive experiences meeting Mercedes Moné. And everyone kept walking except Shells. He stopped them and rolled up his pant leg to show the duo his split tattoo featuring both their logos. This motherfucker got a tattoo of Bayley and Sasha Banks. I don't get that one. What's up, wrestling? Oh, hey, how you doing, bro? I don't get that one. Like, I understand that they were huge in NXT, but in 2020, Bayley, wow, okay, all right. Okay, I was experiencing secondhand embarrassment, but soon I realized I was the only one, as everyone had a great laugh, exchanged daps, and went about their evening. That's crazy though. Like, imagine having a tattoo. Like, I got CM Punk inspired tattoos. If I met CM Punk, like, I'm definitely showing them. But I like, that's crazy. Like, out of everybody you could have met, you met the two people you have tattoos of. That's insane. Anyway, I was experiencing secondhand embarrassment. But shit, wow. Shells, damn, they passed away? Jesus Christ. What the fuck? I'm sorry for your loss, bro. Jesus Christ. And in a world where many choose to play it safe, Shell's last wrestling weekend was one he risked pride and comfort to show his appreciation for this game and its top players. That same, we only get to do this. We only get to do all this once. Mindset is why Banks, not now known as Mercedes Moné, stepped away from what she knew to go and chase down the unknown. I don't like being handcuffed, Mercedes starts off, detailing her decision to leave WWE to tour Japan and later join All Elite Wrestling. The only place to grow is with change, and I needed that change. See, people was taking this out of context. People was taking this out of context. People was saying that's like why she didn't re-sign with WWE. Like, no, that's why she left WWE. She didn't want to be handcuffed because she didn't want to be handcuffed, so she left WWE. You know, people were taking that out of context. Could somebody post the link to the Twitch in the chat? I'd definitely appreciate that. Mercedes, along with Bayley, Charlotte Flair, and Becky Lynch, was part of the collective known as the Four Horsewomen, dominating WWE's women's division during their tenure. More often than not, my favorite wrestlers were, I don't even know these people. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. That says a lot about me. But anyway, moving on. Where's the hot takes and shit? Like, I see. I tried to read the whole article, and when I started reading it, my fucking heart got broken because people died and shit. Like, Jesus Christ. Competing in Japan was a bucket list. Da, 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 da. Is there a fucking site where people just dumb this down for me? Cause where's the part where she said she was the greatest? I need somebody to dumb this down for me. She's not saying. It's not lost on Monet that this is uncharted territory, but there is no better group of women to chart it out. I was thinking about this the other day, Mercedes confesses, explaining the importance of this moment with black women dominating in pro wrestling. Been our goal, it's the goal, it's the dream, it's the standard, it's the barrier. That you just know that she said this shit. Just like this is the way she talks. It's the barrier that we've been breaking down, and it's letting people know that we're here to stay, and you have to get used to that standard. While it's ambitious, it's easy to damn. They haven't really got to see the CEO, Mercedes explains confidently. They know Sasha Banks, but not the CEO. What is the difference? Something they've never seen before, and I'm ready to show them I'm the greatest women's wrestler of all time. I don't. This is the hot take. This is what everyone's really been taking from this. But I, I don't think I don't think I'll just say this. I don't think she's the greatest women's wrestler of all time. If I had to say just off top of my head, I would say Charlotte. But I can't necessarily disagree with anyone who maybe think she is. You know what I'm saying? Haven't watched enough NXT to really, disagree with this. I haven't seen enough just women's wrestling in general to I'm not in the business of saying who necessarily is the greatest of all time. I could have my personal greatest of all time, but if you're gonna like bring up people who were outside of wrestling and stuff, like if we're talking about like me, when I think about the greatest of all time, I think about influence. I think about, Charlotte ain't the greatest of all time. Who do y'all think is the greatest of all time then? Who is the greatest women's wrestler of all time then? If it's not Charlotte, I don't know. But that would be my pick off top of my head. But again, me when I think about the greatest wrestlers of all time, I think about influence, I think about impact, I think about skill, then I think about like, what they accomplished, because we all know wrestling isn't like other sports. Wrestling isn't like other sports. Like other sports aren't predetermined. Like, so accolades doesn't really mean much. Like Roman Reigns being the champion for 400 days doesn't really mean much when he was put like they forced that on us. He didn't earn that. They forced that on us. Like there is different times where people earn their championships. Like me, I feel like Bryan Danielson earned that championship run in 2014. I feel like CM Punk earned that championship in 2011. I feel like things are earned in a certain way because you get so over that you can't be denied. Is what I feel like. That's do y'all feel where I'm coming from with that? So that's how I feel about with accolades. So when we talk about the greatest of all time and we bring up accolades, you kind of lose me there. So I don't know what her standard is. You should feel like you're the greatest. You should feel like you're the best. But do I think she's the best? Io Sky is the greatest. See, that's where, like, you know what I'm saying? I can't argue with you. I can't argue with you because I've seen no Io Sky matches outside of WWE. And even then, I could count on one hand how many times I've seen Io Sky wrestle. So he was the one who pushed the turn. I'm saying like when I'm saying like Roman Reigns, I'm talking like 2014 to 2018. I don't think any of us would say like he earned that push that he got. It was forced on us. I think it was very much forced on us. So Mercedes Moné again, that's not really the point here. But what is the CEO then? Like, if it's not Sasha Banks, what is it? Is she going to be the leader of a group? That's the last thing AEW really needs. That's really the last thing AEW needs is another fucking group. So what is she going to be the CEO of? I think Solomon suggested that. I'm good. I'm good on that. I'm good on another group, bro. I promise, like, no, we don't need another faction. That's the last thing we need is another faction. So, CEO of what? What is the difference? Is she finally going to be heel on the main roster and be a great heel on the main roster, not just somebody's backup? Because when she was a heel in 2020, she was Bailey's backup. Then when she finally turned face, when she finally became champion, she was a face. So yeah, what's the difference with the CEO? What are we missing? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Like, again, it's not that outrageous to me, because I'm not somebody who can necessarily say who is the greatest women's wrestler of all time. A few names come to mind: Charlotte Flair, Lita, Trish Stratus, Mickey James, Gail Kim. Not Gail Kim. Who the fuck is Gail Kim? Is that her name? Am I tripping? I feel like that's a. Am I thinking of another person? Yeah, Gail Kim. Why did I think that was a celebrity's name or something? Gail Kim, Miss Elizabeth. She never wrestled. Am I tripping? Yeah. Anyway, yeah. I don't know. I see a lot of people upset with that. I have no problem with her feeling like she's the greatest. She should feel like she's the greatest. But yeah, this was really like, yeah. I don't know. That's who. She's done herself no favors so far. How long has she been at AEW? Let's see. AEW Big Business. When was AEW Big Business? We can get off this article. This article did nothing but depress me with his friends dying. Jesus Christ. AEW Big Business. When was this? March? She been in this company for 2 months? That is insane. That is insane. She been in this company for 2 months. Velvet Sky? You think Velvet Sky is the greatest of all time? That is insane. 2 months without having a match? We need 5 more followers on Twitch, by the way. But 2 months. That is insane. Even CM Punk didn't go 2 months without a match. Let's see. CM Punk debut. It was August 20. No, it was July. He debuted and no, it was August because it was SummerSlam. I feel like I should know this. As a CM Punk glazer, I should know this. CM Punk AEW debut. Because it was the weekend of SummerSlam. August 20th. And then Double or Nothing was All Out was CM Punk AEW All Out 2021. September 5th. So like basically 2 weeks later he debuted. CM Punk took 2 weeks. Mercedes Moné took 2 months. And the only reason I'm bringing up Punk is because if you was watching my videos back then, I was saying they should do exactly what they did with CM Punk with Mercedes Moné. They basically tried to the first 2 weeks. That's basically what they did the first 2 weeks. You have her debut in her hometown. And then in that debut, you give people something to look forward to in her run, start and hype the next match. That's what they did. We knew from the jump, from her first promo, that she was going to debut against Willow Nightingale. we knew her first match was going to be against Willow. We knew after CM Punk's first promo, he was going to debut against Darby Allin. I thought they should have did this. They did that for the first 2 weeks. But then where they messed up was that same night, they had her come out and do that run out in the main event with nobody watching. First mistake. Next mistake. Having her do that dumbass. See, this is why Twitch will be better. I can't show y'all. I can't show y'all. But if we was on Twitch, I could show y'all. If we was just on Twitch, I could show y'all. When the next week after her debut, she cut a promo. The next week after her promo, her debut, she cut a promo, and then they had this like flashy ass vignette. It looked like something MJF would do. The problem is MJF is a natural heel. The problem is we all know that like they call him our scumbag. Mercedes Moné was supposed to be a face. So that was the second mistake. The third mistake, not having her wrestle for 2 months. I don't know how far ahead they book events or they book, whatever. But her debut could have waited if we had to wait 2 months to get to it. There's like 6 Mercedes. Jesus Christ, dog. But yeah, like her debut could have waited. It could have absolutely waited if that was the case. Well, you got to remember. That's what I'm saying, though. If she couldn't wrestle for 2 months, it could have waited. Her debut could have waited. Nah, I gotta pay them. They need the money. I gotta pay them. They deserve my $50. Do they? Do they deserve my $50? But yeah, man. Hold on. Let me get in here and pin this comment because I really don't want y'all to miss this damn stream. Hold up. Oh, y'all been getting off. Y'all been getting lucky. Hold up. Y'all been getting off. Y'all been getting lucky. Y'all ain't been getting no ads. Y'all ain't been getting no ads. We got to make our money back too. Shit, I got to pay $50 for this damn pay-per-view. I gotta make my money back too. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, if she was injured, if she was that hurt, they could have. I've heard that they don't book events or they don't book arenas or whatever that far ahead. And if that's the case, they could have booked Boston further ahead. I understand that Boston Celtics are in the playoffs right now, but it could have been planned ahead. I don't think they played Wednesday. It could have been planned ahead. If she couldn't wrestle until Double or Nothing, you could have had everything a mystery. I mean, the dirt sheets basically spoiled. She was debuting anyway. So yeah, it's been a lot of fumbling, and we can't blame it all on her. But we also knew what AEW was before she got there. You know what I'm saying? She was supposed to be the one to change it. Not change it all around, but at least be like CM Punk. Like CM Punk, he didn't change much about AEW, but you knew when he was on screen, he was going to have something good to do. You know what I'm saying? You knew when you went to see, you knew when CM Punk was on screen, he was going to have something, like he was going to be good. Fuck, man. Why won't it let me? I want to let me pin message. Bet. All right. Now she has creative control. You can blame her. She has a huge ego thinking she all that. But also, that's what I said in my videos back then as well. Like, they hired a WWE writer from the worst time in WWE history. Why would they hire a WWE writer from 2017 when that was some of the worst booking of all time? That let's see. Hold up. AEW new writer. I don't want no fucking AI, bro. Oh, thank you, AI. Okay. Actually, AI may be better. Maybe better than I think it is. Jennifer Pepperman. Jennifer Pepperman, WWE senior writer. AEW hires a WWE senior writer. Prior to becoming All Elite, Pepperman was a part of WWE from 2017, working as a senior writer and producer. So that's my thing. Like, do y'all remember 2017? Do y'all remember 2017? Like, that shit was bad. That was bad. That was some bad wrestling. This was, I'm talking Jinder Mahal, WWE champion bad. You feel me? I'm talking. Yeah. I wonder when she left exactly. Let's see. Jennifer. What's her name? Pepperman? Jennifer Pepperman. Let's look at her Wikipedia. Do they not show? And if 2017 is what exactly? Because I always bring up WWE in 2017 to about 2020 as some of the worst wrestling television I've ever seen. When did she leave WWE? Is gone from WWE. She just left? She just left? She just left this year. What the fuck? So they hired. Yeah, like, so yeah, she got her own writer, but is the writer good? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not a good writer. WWE happened to. That shit crazy. I should sign up for this. They was gonna hire a new writer and producer when she left. Yeah, so hiring her is just dumb. It was a bad hire. And if she's booking Mercedes Moné, hey, you know what I'm saying? What did you expect? What did you expect? CEO, CEO. They should hire Koma. I agree. They should hire me too. I agree. They should hire Koma Mikey. Did y'all see my story? My story in SmackDown versus Raw 2010 that I made when I was 9 years old. Come on, bro. Like, come on, bro. They should hire me like yesterday. They had another writer come to AEW as well. Nothing has changed. Nothing has changed. If anything, it's gotten worse. If anything, it has gotten worse. Now, me personally, Jesus, look at my hairline. Y'all ain't gonna say nothing about my hairline. But me personally, it's just as bad as before, if not worse. But I actually like AEW more than I did before. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, I actually like the Bucks more than I've ever, which is hilarious to me. I don't know why, but I do. I don't know why, but I do. I actually look forward to the Young Bucks being on my television screen. I don't know why. I don't know why, bro. It's something about people playing the character more, playing the character that you know they are in real life. It's something about that. I was looking forward to Adam Page being a heel. I was looking forward to that. Now it's looking like he's gonna come back as a face. Nah, I don't know. I actually look forward to it. I don't know if it's so bad it's good type of deal. I don't know what it is, but I actually look forward to seeing the Bucks on my television screen. I don't know. I don't know. Now Jack Perry, fuck no, no. Like I understand that he's a scary ass little nigga. I understand he's scary as fuck. I understand that, but at the same time, he's so bad. He's turned the channel bad. The Young Bucks are so bad. It's like you can't look away. The Young Bucks are so bad. It's like a it's like a train wreck. It's like a car wreck. You know what I'm saying? I gotta see how this ends. I have to see how this ends. I do. I don't know why. I don't know why, but it's where I am. I can see it. Yeah, I guess I got them right here. I got them right here. I got my Young Bucks shoes. Hey, y'all copping these, by the way? Y'all copping the Young Bucks 5s? That I got punched by CM Punk 5s? Young Bucks shoes. Let me see. That is hilarious, bro. Y'all, if I let me catch one of y'all wearing these, bro. Hold up. Let me catch one of y'all wearing these. I don't know how old y'all are. I don't know how old y'all are, but I'm telling you right now, do not wear these to school. Do not wear these. Please don't. Please do not wear these in public. Unless you like in a dark club or something. Watch out with all this shit. Yeah, well, I'll accept your cookies. Who the fuck is wearing these, bro? You go cop the buck pumps. What the fuck? Roman Reigns got some shoes too. He just got some colorways. He ain't really got shoes. Let me catch y'all on one of these. Let me catch y'all on some Young Buck 5s. Word. Word. When I was in middle school, I'd have wore these. You'll find these at Journeys or something. I'm just saying, like, yo, don't wear these, please. You go get your ass roasted. I don't know who designed these. They got some good fashion. Like, not. They don't got good fashion sense, but they know shoes. They're gonna be my shoes for work. Word, but they look uncomfortable though. They look like bricks. Like they look like they feel like bricks. Your toes gonna be like this. Your toes gonna be throwing up gang signs. They look mad uncomfortable. How much they selling for? $180. Oh, I was about to buy, I swear to God, chat. I was gonna buy some. But $180? Oh yeah, y'all can suck my dick. What the fuck? Oh hell nah. What the hell? $180? I swear I was about to buy some, bro. I swear I was about to buy some. 100, bro. You know, bro. None of my shoes in my closet cost $180. Nah, nah. No shoes in my closet cost $180. Shout out to Shout out to Soul with the super chat. How you doing? Appreciate you for stopping by. That is all. They're also. I almost said every gender in the book. They're also a channel member. If y'all want to join them in that, shout out to you. Can we rename this day AEW Doomsday? Maybe so. I think AEW Doomsday has already happened. I think it was the day they fired CM Punk. But if we could get 90 channel members, that's how much these shoes cost. 90 channel members. Get the fuck in the raffles. What the fuck? And they Reeboks. Like, what is Reebok thinking? Who the fuck Reebok think they is? I guarantee you go see these on sale in about a month. You go see these on sale in about a month. You'll pay to it. Bro, John is trolling, bro. John is trolling. Y'all go see these on sale in about a month. Actually, no, you not. You know why? Bro, AEW fans go buy these. I'm telling you right now. AEW fans are go buy these. I am telling you right now. This is actually smart as fuck. Now that I think about it, they thinking better than me. AEW fans are go buy these shits. Think about it. AEW fans pay $50 a month for pay-per-views. All the shitty merch, all that shit. They go buy these shoes. I promise you. They go buy these shoes. I ain't even mad at them though. That's smart as hell. If you know you got the audience to, that's crazy. I wonder how much the Young Bucks making off these though. I wonder if Tony Khan see any money off this. But anyway, damn, them some ugly ass shoes, bro. Them some ugly ass shoes right there. I ain't gonna lie to you. I buy them when they go on sale. I ain't gonna cap. These look like Shaq shoes. These look like Shaq Walmart shoes. Hold up. They look like Shaq Walmart shoes. Look at this. I know y'all knew somebody who had these. That's exactly what these look like. This is exactly what these look like. They look like Shaq Walmart shoes. It's not a bad thing. I'm just saying it's just $180. Why buy them when you could get some Shaq Ice Retro Boys basketball athletics sneakers, little boys and big boys, for $9.44? Why would I pay $180 when I could get some better shoes for $9? And they out of stock. That's how you know they better. What the fuck? Hey, you need to know yourself, fam. You need to know yourself. Nah, Shaq do be tripping. He be ripping off Jordan shoes for sure. What? These some Scooby Doos, ain't they? These some Scooby Doos. Yes, $180. $180, bro. I promise you. Look. You could get the same thing. Look at this. $180. Right there. For the bruh. I think we all agree. Denisha, if you're still in the chat, make a poll. I want a poll. What shoes you buying? Shaq shoes? You got Shaq shoes. You got the Shaq Scooby Doos from Walmart. For how much? How much are they? These are $14.30. You can buy these for 3 installments of $4.99 for $14.30 if all in one purchase. Or you could get you some Young Bucks super kick parties. This is crazy. This is insane. Live price is $529. What the fuck? Huh? No way. If you got some of these, I don't want you talking to me about wrestling. Because you're obviously biased. You know who go buy some of these? I'll show y'all who go buy some of these. I know exactly who go buy some of these. You know who got some of these? This guy right here. You know damn well he already got some. You know damn well. You know damn well he got 3 pair already. That is hilarious. Clean your room. I can't be talking, I guess. I can't be talking. But you know damn well he gonna be buying some Young Bucks. Some super some super kick ones. What the fuck? This is bad. He's been this whole thing. Bruh, you know it though. Like that's the funny part about it. It's not even the bruh. You know for a fact that Dave Meltzer got some super kick party twos. You know for a fact he got some of these. That like, bruh, that is funny as hell. What the fuck, bro? This AI? Is this AI? What the fuck? He is a funny looking individual, bro. Like, is this supposed to be cool? All of this? Is this supposed to be cool? No, I don't know. He's a weirdo. No, this is his genuine room. This is his actual room. That is crazy. A tornado flew around my room. That is nuts. This ain't cute. What the fuck? This ain't even some aesthetic shit. Like, this is what we assume every AEW fan looks like. I guess this is the basis of that Jim Cornette thumbnail. That is hilarious. Is that a joke? Is he really on the spectrum? Is he really autistic? Is he? Ain't it saying something that I actually believe it? He got to be a little like, you know what I'm saying? He got to be a little off. He got to be a little off to observe. Like, bro, I think we all love wrestling here. I think we all love wrestling here, but to watch wrestling as much as he do, you gotta be a little off. You gotta be a little off. Dave is a weirdo. He is, bro. Like to love wrestling that much, you gotta, yeah. There is nothing I love that much to have my room looking like this. I understand it may just be his office, but I'll never forgive the IWC for making this man more important than he is. I'll never forgive y'all for making this man more important than he is. I remember again. I always tell y'all this. I grew up thinking like, damn, my favorite wrestlers ain't never got a 5-star match. They ain't never got. You know what I'm saying? That the company I love, you know, isn't that good at wrestling. I'm missing all the good wrestling. Then I grow up to see the wrestling that he likes. Not even just AEW, just like the wrestling he likes. Like he gave Cody versus AJ Styles a 5-star match. Like, yeah, that was a great match, but was it better than Taker versus Shawn Michaels? Was it better than the second Taker versus Shawn Michaels? Nah, not really. Nah. So yeah, that's it. He kind of loses me there. Twitter wrestling is. Where is the video of him and Brian Alvarez arguing? Dave Meltzer and Brian Alvarez argument. He just, I don't know. Brian, it's something about Brian Alvarez. Oh, Jim Cornette reviewed it. Should we just watch Jim Cornette review it? I'm gonna have ads though. Hold up. Should we just watch Jim Cornette review it? Because share this tab instead. Yo, y'all let me know if y'all can.
The folks fight, mom and pop. It's been,
now watch the video.
It's been so long coming.
Where's
now.
the video? Brian Alvarez rant. Dave Meltzer argument. Because this is their first argument. Fucking just Jim Cornette comes up. Chat, can somebody link it to me? Can y'all link me them arguing? See, even Eric Bischoff could find it. I can't find it. Hey, it's me. Hey, it's me. But yeah, I'm about to have to. Can somebody link it to me? No. Oh, this was 8 days ago. This one? Because I knew it was over Tony Storm.
Cameron. So the thing with this match was...
Is it this?
I mean, first off...
From wrong chat, let me know. Hold up.
Tony Storm's back to being a babyface this week after being a heel last week. Serena Deeb's on the ramp watching on and smiling as Tony's getting beaten down. I think she's supposed to be a babyface, but she came off as a heel. And then it's like Tony Storm is the champion against Harley Cameron.
Y'all can hear it?
And my God,
it felt
like it went forever. She's like, beat her already.
It wasn't that long at all.
How long was it?
Let me see. Let me get my...
If it's more than 2 minutes, it was too long.
What? They're trying to push Harley Cameron. They gave...
She's had one match prior to this. Tony's the champion. They're trying to build Tony to a match on the pay-per-view in a week with somebody else. Have Harley beat somebody else.
Let's see. Tony Storm. They went 7 minutes.
7 minutes.
That's a short match for AEW television.
I was not a big fan of this.
And it was the only women's match on the show. If they had the only women's match on the show and they went 2 minutes, I promise you, there's going to be so much criticism online the next day.
Well, you know what I have to say?
That is true. To be fair to Dave Meltzer, that is a very good point. That's a very good point. That's a very... If there was like one match for the women and it lasted like as long as this match should have lasted, there would have been a problem. But also, you could easily retort that by saying, okay, book more women's matches. Or, you know what I'm saying? Like, have something other than this. Don't book yourself into that corner. That's an easy response to that. I'll say that.
About online criticism, I would rather book for success than worry about online criticism. Yeah, I don't care if people are angry that it was only 2 minutes. I would not have Tony Storm a week before a title defense on pay-per-view going 7 minutes back and forth with Harley Cameron, who's had one match.
Who looked good in the one match, and this was a good match. I thought, Harley Cameron, for the number of matches she's had, is really good. They had a very good match. Tony Storm, instead of doing the gimmick, is showing that, in fact, she is wrestling seriously, which she did in this match. And I thought it was very effective. The last time...
Who's the heel?
It doesn't matter.
It does matter.
No, it doesn't.
So before I even ever watched AEW, what I heard, that was like one of the big things with AEW. There is no heel, there is no face. And there is times for that. But in every situation in life, there is going to be the bad guy and there's going to be the good guy. In every situation. And you can decide who's the bad guy and who's the good guy. But at the end of the day, that's the beauty with wrestling. You know what I'm saying? There is the bad guy and there is the good guy. Now, sometimes there is two good guys, but they have mutual You know what I'm saying? Like goals. They have mutual goals. So that's when you get like I always compare wrestling to sports, and although it's very different, it's also the same way because what works in sports also can work in wrestling. So we understand, we all tune in for the Super Bowl because the Super Bowl is the draw. The usual draw with wrestling is the personal conflict and the goals of each wrestler. When it's a personal feud, there probably needs to be an obvious bad guy and an obvious good guy. At least sometimes there needs to be somebody who's an obvious heel, an obvious face. So I'll be honest, I did not watch it, but Tony Storm is basically a face. Tony Storm is basically a face. It happens with every AEW heel. They do the best work because they are heel, and AEW fans for some reason just like the bad guys. These AEW fans who cheer for the bad guys are the same people who was cheering for CM Punk back then, who was cheering for Damian Sandow, who was cheering for Randy Orton when he was a bad guy. They were cheering for Sheamus, and then where all those people turned face, that's when they turned on them because. One, I'll say this. I'll give them this leeway of this. Bad guys are booked easier. It's easier to book bad guys. I'll say this. And also, both companies suck at booking good guys. They suck at booking faces. Both companies. That goes for both companies. They suck at booking faces. So, I'll give them that pass. But it's also like they love wrestling fans love to cheer for the bad guy. It's something I've noticed over the last 12 years. They just love to cheer for the bad guy. Because the bad guy ultimately is the underdog. Let's be honest. In a world where we had John Cena take over, we had Roman Reigns run roughshod, even Seth Rollins for a little bit. Seth Rollins is a prime example of fans only loving this person when they're a bad guy, but they're terrible at booking good guys, and that goes for both companies. And wrestling fans just love to cheer for the bad guy. They love to cheer for the underdog. They love to cheer for the person who's not supposed to win. They love to cheer for the person who ain't supposed. It's countless examples of it. It is countless examples of it. LA Knight, he got over the most when he started feuding with Bray Wyatt because it was obvious that Bray Wyatt was going to go over. You want another example? Kane and John Cena. People were cheering the fuck for Kane because they knew John Cena was going to go over. And if we want to get into politics, that's really a reason why our president is the president now, because people didn't want the other guy to keep winning. Let's be honest. They weren't necessarily cheering for Biden. They were more so hating Trump. I hate to get political on this channel, but you know what I'm saying? It's kind of just what it is. People love to cheer for the underdog. It happens. And unfortunately, when the good guy's on top, the bad guy becomes the underdog. That's your over details of the day.
Dave, I have seen so many segments with Tony Storm where there is no heat for the interview because nobody cares about the baby face. Because the baby face. Did you watch the segment they did last week?
Did you? Wait. Were you in the building when Tony Storm came out and she got cheered like crazy? This match did not have no heat. This match had plenty of heat. Yeah. Harley Cameron was the heel. Tony Storm was a big time babyface.
Yes, Dave.
There was nothing wrong with that.
She was a heel. Tony was a heel last week.
So whoever
Serena was out there doing a sad story about how she almost died.
And guess what?
Nobody cared.
Foley is a great example, but I'm using examples of times where it was obvious that the heel wasn't going to win, but then wrestling fans cheered for them just because it was obvious that the heel wasn't going to win. You know what I'm saying? Like, wrestling fans hate a predictable ending, especially when the booking doesn't make you want to see the good guy win. You feel me? Like, people cheered for the Nexus so much because it was obvious that the Nexus wasn't going to win. You have to make the circumstances so like one-sided for you to want the face to win. Like, all right, I always think about Spider-Man 2. Like, we were cheering for Peter Parker, Tobey Maguire, because he was getting his ass whooped daily. He wasn't no bitch. Like, we knew if Peter really wanted to, he could have everything he wanted. If he really wanted to, he could have everything he wanted. But him being Spider-Man caused him to get his ass whooped. You know what I'm saying? So it's easy to want to see him win because we know that the only reason he isn't winning is because he's doing the right thing. You know what I'm saying? So you got to make the circumstances so crazy that you want to see the face win. But AEW and WWE suck at that. Like, they just think if we just beat the face up, they'll make people want to cheer for the face. Like, bro, Swerve. Perfect example. He's been getting his ass handed to him weekly. That isn't going to make people want to see him win. Because we know, one, if he beats Christian, okay, then what? Okay, cool. But then it's like, all right, so, and Jim Cornette says it's best. We could talk about the ratings, whatever they want, but more people watch Dynamite than pay for the pay-per-views. So if 700,000 people watch Swerve get his ass whooped weekly, and then only 100,000 people see him be triumphant on pay-per-view, what does it matter? So you got to balance it out. It's a balance to be found there. Again, Peter Parker was getting his ass whooped, so we felt bad for him. But we also knew that Spider-Man was that dude, so it balanced out. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't just like, all right, get this little punk out my face. You know what I'm saying? That's how I feel with Swerve now. Like, all right, bro, just get this dude out my face, bro. Like, all right. Anyway.
They booed her.
So they switched the thing around to follow the crowd. What's wrong with that?
Because they didn't switch it. And
by the way, I should say this again. If you want to watch Double or Nothing with me tomorrow or on Sunday, you gotta follow me on Twitch. You have to be watching on Twitch because YouTube will take it down if I have audio of the pay-per-view in the background. Just saying, the Twitch should be pinned in the comments. I appreciate it if you all hit that follow button. I would love to watch AEW Double or Nothing with you guys. Okay.
She will be a heel. She will be a heel the next time you see her.
It doesn't matter as long as the crowd reacted like crazy. This is on WWE does this constantly.
No, they don't. They have baby faces and heel.
That is the constant AEW grifters. Not grifter, but AEW defender defense. WWE does this constantly. They always do that. That's not a good defense. That's not a good defense.
They have baby faces and heels. And so does AEW, except with Tony.
And it's situational. It depends on who's wrestling who on what show. That's not, I mean, they have technically.
What's the last show where Drew is a baby face?
Drew McIntyre is not. That's Drew McIntyre. Okay. What about Bronson Reed and Chad Gable when they wrestled each other? Who was the baby face and who was the heel?
Bronson Reed and Chad Gable.
Yeah.
What match?
They should have matched last week.
Chad was the heel. And he is a heel.
Bronson Reed's the baby face. Is Bronson Reed the baby face next? Will he be the baby face next week? Is he usually the baby face? No. That's what happened.
There's a difference. Never mind.
You have situational things, and that's what you do. Everyone has it because you sometimes make matches where there's a different thing. It's not a big deal. And it certainly wasn't here because the match was effective. The match was good. And again, Toni Storm, who has done a lot of the gimmick so heavy for so long that has not shown off her wrestling skill. And she's going to do a match with Serena Deeb where whatever it is, they are going to go out and do a wrestling match. So therefore, if Toni Storm went and did her Toni Storm gimmick and Serena Deeb on the pay-per-view, it would suck. So they're basically showing she is going to wrestle Toni Storm, and they're going to have a good match. So that is
we can discuss this after the Double or Nothing match.
That is what
next Wednesday.
That is what they are. That is what the story is. The story is that she went in there and the crowd cheered her. The crowd knew who the babyface was. The crowd knew who the heel was.
They cheer Toni all the time.
But they
cheer her every week, even when she's playing the heel role against another babyface. She should always be a babyface.
Well,
there's no need for her to be a heel. She's never going to get booed.
Okay,
so can we stop killing all the other babyfaces by having her be a heel that everyone loves?
Okay, but
that's the problem.
Okay, no. Okay, what's the other thing about Toni Storm? What's the other thing about Toni Storm? She is the world champion.
Yes.
A real world champion wrestles baby faces and heels. And in that role, depending upon the situation, you are situational. That's everyone from Luthez to Jack Briscoe to Dory Funk Jr. to Ric Flair to whatever.
That's not what's happening here. What's happening is she is a heel.
He getting pissed.
She's not a heel.
She is portrayed as a heel.
She wasn't
portrayed
as a heel in
this match. They have her opponents portrayed.
She was not portrayed as a heel.
I just want to say I hate both of these guys. Like they're I don't hate them, but you know what I mean. Like I really don't like either of their body languages. They both make me uncomfortable. They both make my skin crawl. Just like they look uncomfortable. They look like, stiff. They look like AI. They both do. Brian Alvarez looks smug as hell. This guy, Dave Meltzer, just looks like a fucking monster. He looks like a damn Batman villain. So this is the things that they argue about is hilarious to me though, but this is very uncomfortable to watch. I don't see how people pay for this shit.
This is an exception.
Harley Cameron is a heel. Harley Cameron is a heel.
This is an exception.
She was a babyface.
Yes. If you watch the show, this is an exception.
And guess what? And it is a angle that makes sense because Harley Cameron wrestled Mariah May, her protege, and
who is portrayed as
Muppet.
A babyface.
Yeah, he looks like a Muppet.
Who's a babyface in that match, in that situation. So therefore, she's trying to get revenge for the fact that they beat up Mariah May. And so in that role, she is in fact the babyface. So she was a babyface. She got cheered. She had a good match. And
this isn't necessarily something that, a heel that I'm willing to die on. So it's weird that they even having, such an argument about this. Like me personally, I'm somebody who can't stop myself from arguing. So maybe they're kind of that, but this isn't too out of the ordinary for AEW though. Now I definitely will agree that it is weird that she came to save the day, but why the fuck is she worried about Mariah May and Harley Cameron or whatever her name is when you got a match with Serena Deeb? Why is Serena like an afterthought to her? Why can't their storylines be linear? Why can't their storylines be singular focused? Why do we have to include this faction and who you're managing here and who feelings got hurt there and my friend from 5th grade here? Why does it always have to be so much? They do it with MJF. They do it with Swerve. They did it with Adam Copeland. They do it with everyone. Just focus on one thing. Make the story simple so the characters can be complex. They hustling backwards. They are hustling backwards. Like, why are the stories complex and the characters are simple as hell? No, again, make the story simple so you can make complex characters. Again, I'm going to go to the greatest movie of all time. I don't give a fuck what any of y'all say. The greatest movie of all time. Spider-Man 2. What is the story of Spider-Man 2? What is this? Peter Parker, he's dealing with the responsibilities of being Spider-Man. When Spider-Man wins, Peter Parker loses. When Peter Parker wins, Spider-Man loses. So from there, you can create complex characters. What does Peter Parker want? What is his job? You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, those are the many things he has to juggle as a character, and his character flaws that he has to juggle, whatever. But the story is simple. The story is simple. He's trying to find a balance between Spider-Man and Peter Parker, and he can't. Meanwhile, his hero is building something that can destroy the Earth, but he's so, his ego won't let him, whatever. Fuck it. But the story is simple. I'm drawing a blank because I haven't seen the greatest movie of all time in a very long time. Shout out to y'all if y'all seen it in the theaters, though. If y'all seen it in the theaters. But yeah, again, AEW is hustling backwards. They're doing it backwards. Make the story simple so the characters can be complex. Make the story easy to follow so you can focus on the characters. You feel me? They're doing it backwards.
They had a good wrestling match where she showed that she was wrestling. There was nothing. I can't find a thing wrong with this at all. Not a thing.
Well, we'll discuss this again next Wednesday for the next segment. Tony Storm and Serena Deeb.
Okay.
Because I will.
But if they go in there,
yes.
If they go in the match, it doesn't. So if they cheer Tony Storm, cool. If they boo Tony Storm, cool. They're probably going to cheer. But that's
they are going to cheer her.
Well, fine. That's fine. That's fine. What's wrong with that?
Because her opponent is being pushed as a babyface, and no one cares about her opponent. The exact same thing happened with Deanna. Deanna was
bingo.
Nobody.
Bow right there. He just said it. Bow. I just said it too, but he just said it himself. 5 seconds. Let's go back. I just peeped that. I've been the only one on screen. All right. Y'all can still hear it though, right?
Her opponent is being pushed as a babyface, and no one cares about her opponent. The exact same thing happened with Deanna. Deanna was supposed to be the babyface. Nobody cared.
Okay. Well, if they go out there and if the fans don't care, then guess what? It would have been even worse if she was the heel. And
that's not. See, I was saying the same exact thing. with The Rock. And if you in this chat now and you're not keeping the same energy, you just as bad as Dave Meltzer and Brian Alvarez. If you in this chat and you're not keeping the same energy, The Rock and Cody Rhodes are going through the same exact thing. Now, I understand that Cody Rhodes is far from Serena Deeb. All respect to her. Happy she's healthy. But The Rock is such a big star that, yes, when he's a heel, he needs to fully play into being a heel. Because if he is the cool guy in town, shouting out all the cities, giving them the stats of their accomplishments and breaking records and announcing that, he's going to get cheered more than Cody Rhodes is. And he was. At WrestleMania 41, night 1, he was cheered more than Cody was. When they were winning, when Cody and Seth had the upper hand, they were getting booed. Because The Rock was playing the face too. You can't have your cake and eat it too, bruh. If you go be Hollywood Rock, be Hollywood Rock. Like the old Hollywood Rock that I know and love, he was embarrassing. Like, he never said anything nice about the crowd. So the same way that we critiquing Tony Storm and The Rock, meaning the same way that we critiquing Tony Storm for playing the face and the heel, despite Serena Deeb, The Rock was doing the same thing to Cody Rhodes. Shit. Yeah, he called Joe City meth heads, but he called Memphis what he called Memphis? Something like he did the whole I debuted here, and then he had local talent perform with him. Like, what is that gonna do, bro? That's gonna have people cheering for you. And then he had Muhammad Ali's widow. He had Muhammad Ali's wife hand him a championship belt. Like, get the fuck over yourself, bro. What the fuck? What the fuck? Yeah, it's the same exact thing. It's the same exact thing. The same thing that The Rock was doing to Cody Rhodes and Seth Rollins is what Tony Storm is doing to Serena Deeb. The problem is there that Cody Rhodes is a better character, and a more established star than Serena Deeb is. When most of us see Serena Deeb, all we think about is the straight edge society. I know that's what I think about. That's the only thing I really think about is the straight edge society. That's very unfortunate, but it's the truth.
And Serena was the babyface, at least in this case.
No, that's what is happening. That's why I'm saying it needs to go the other way. Serena Deeb should be the heel. Tony should be the babyface. Deanna should have been the heel. Tony should have been the babyface. Tony should be the babyface going forward.
Okay,
that's what should happen.
Okay, then Tony should be the babyface if the fans. Sure,
okay,
I agree.
All right. Well, we'll see what happens next week when she's the heel and Serena's the babyface, which is what they did last week.
But guess what? Serena was not necessarily a babyface when she was out on the ramp at all.
She wasn't today, but she was last week when she's talking about how she almost died.
Guess what?
And she's begging the fans to cheer, and they won't.
Brian,
yes.
That maybe they learned from last week. Is there a possibility they learned from last week, and that's why they did this? Aside from the fact that it all fits into the storyline.
Dave, you want to know why I'll say no, there's not a possibility?
There's not a storyline.
Because 3 weeks ago,
what the fuck is
Tony
the storyline?
Storm was playing the babyface role, and I was like, okay, finally they figured it out. Tony's the babyface. The very next week, they switched it again and had Serena Deeb play babyface and talk about how she almost died, begging fans to cheer, and nobody did.
Well, guess what? So they learned.
Okay, if they learned, great.
They learned. So they learned.
We will figure it out next Wednesday when they do another segment if she's still a babyface.
But y'all let me know. I didn't watch. What did Serena Deeb do? I didn't watch. I could look it up real quick. I can't show y'all, but I could look it up real quick. Let's see. What did Serena Deeb do on AEW? AEW Serena Deeb. Was she a heel? She did some heel shit, did she? If so, good. If so, good. It's unfortunate that it took to the go home week to establish a heel. Let's see. I hope they don't fucking take this stream down just for that split second of fucking audio. Did she do some heel shit? Y'all gotta let me know. And what is the heel shit? Because on Collision, it looked like she's the face still. She beat down Storm and snickered. Okay. All right. Cool. Cool. All right. So I guess Dave won.
Well, it doesn't.
I guess Dave was right.
As long as the crowd, look, as long as the crowd's going to react, I don't care who the babyface or the heel is. You know, in this day and age, the crowd's going to do what the crowd's going to do. You know, I mean, how many times we went through this whole thing with John Cena for 10 years?
Yeah, and what did we say, Dave? We say should have gone babyface.
John Cena should have stayed babyface. Yeah,
and when Roman Reigns was getting booed like crazy, we said he should have gone heel.
Okay, John
should have gone with it.
Okay, each time I never said John Cena should turn heel. I was always against John Cena turning heel because guess what? I think about business, and the business was.
Do y'all think John Cena should have turned heel? I could see a world where he does. I think he's happy with his legacy. You know, me personally, I find it funny. I do find it funny that like all the people who hated on John Cena back then are kind of like, you know, cheering him on now. But like, and me personally, as somebody who loved John Cena growing up, I kind of like, he's a little overrated. He probably should have turned heel. So I wonder how y'all feel about that. Do y'all think he should have turned heel?
Just that John Cena was selling the most tickets and John Cena was selling the most merchandise. And if he turned heel, the merchandise sales would go down. And that's why Vince McMahon never turned him. And when he went to the house shows, he always got cheered. And it was just the TV crowd. And John Cena was the most successful character they had for all those years as he was being booed as a babyface. So it doesn't matter that he was booed as a babyface at all, because he was the number one drawing card that they had that entire period, except for a brief period. I think there may have been a brief period where Jeff Hardy may have surpassed him. But
CM Punk
it was
too.
brief because
you see he ain't bring up CM Punk though. You see he ain't bring up CM Punk though. CM Punk passed him too. So let's be fair here. Let's be fair here.
It didn't sustain, and Jeff was Jeff. So it doesn't, like, the whole point is it doesn't matter who they cheer or boo. It's everything is situational. Sometimes fans are going to boo baby faces, and if they do, it sucks when they boo a baby face.
Sure.
So
you'll never give CM Punk that credit.
But sometimes, like, again, John Cena shows. In this case, I've seen so many heels get cheered, and it was fine. I mean, it's tough for a baby face, but if business is good, then it's whatever. Everyone cheered the NWO. It was great for a while. At some point, of course, it turned bad, but that took years. When it did, then you had other problems. And they tried to turn a babyface to begin with.
Thank you for watching. Make sure you subscribe to the channel and click that
Fuck no, button. I am not subscribing. I can't believe I even watched that whole thing. But yeah, I feel Brian Alvarez on that, bro. I feel like if they're obviously booking it week to week, and they obviously don't know they don't know what they're doing. Let's be honest. We all know that, right? I mean, that's like saying the sky's blue. Like, we all know that. But for Dave to even give him all this benefit of the doubt stuff is ridiculous. They don't deserve all that benefit of the doubt. It's dick riding shit. We all know that. We all know what's up with that. So it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate that he won't be honest about the company. But what the fuck did you? If you're expecting that guy to be honest about AEW, then you're in the wrong. Let's be honest here. But yeah, I agree with Brian Alvarez on this, that waiting till the week out to establish who's the baby face and who's the heel here is stupid. There's no clear story in this. It's just a match, and people are doing shit to just be doing shit. There's been no build here. There's been no build. You would think that this match was leading to Tony Storm versus Saraya or Harley or whoever, but it's not. It's just shit's been going on, and people talk, and here, let's have a match for some reason. So there's no rankings anymore. Like, at least if there was the rankings and Serena Deeb was the top spot in the rankings, we could say, like, okay, regardless of the story, she's the number one. So it's like, okay, but you don't even have the rankings anymore, so you can't fall back on that. But yeah. Anywho, if you want your name up here on the screen, send a super chat. Oh, we haven't even talked about the ratings yet. Thank you for bringing up the ratings. We have not even talked about the ratings yet. That is insane. This whole stream is about the ratings, and we haven't brought them up yet. Here, let me pull them up. Here. Anyway, again, if you're in the chat, we are going to be doing a watch along for AEW Double or Nothing, but it's going to be exclusively on Twitch, because if I'm on YouTube and I have any audio of Double or Nothing, they will take this down with the quickness. So make sure you are following me on Twitch at Akoma Mikey. The link should be pinned in the comments. Follow me on there. I appreciate you all for doing that. Okay. I'm about a day late on this. So the number, to not bury the lead here, the number was 713. 713, up from last week. I believe last week was what, 667, 672, I believe. So yeah, like this week was something. I'm gonna be honest. I think I fell asleep on this show. So I didn't watch Dynamite. So you won't get a review out of me, but I could look at these quarter hours and let you know, like, this is this, and you know what I'm saying, we could talk about it from there. But yeah, I did not watch Dynamite. But again, there's nothing on here, so these numbers don't necessarily surprise me. And we're getting to the point now where it's like in NBA. In the NBA, there's like one game a night. There's one game a night. I believe tonight. I believe tonight it is the Timberwolves versus. We got the Timberwolves versus who? Luka Doncic, Kyrie Irving. A lot of I feel like the people who are on tonight, a lot of people wouldn't even know. You know what I'm saying? I feel like the AEW stand would not know these people. If it was football season, I got you. You know, because football is huge in America. But when we talk about the NBA, where that is more so a global game instead of a national game, yeah, like nobody is not equal to losing 140,000 people. And when I say 140,000 people, I say that because for about a year, for almost a year, if not a year, AEW went every week. The ratings were between 850 and 875K. Oh, NHL is on too. That's something. WNBA is too, but still they were on last year. They were on the year before. I don't think they have that much impact on wrestling ratings. I don't think they should have that much impact on AEW ratings. If you want to say they'll have that much impact on the Big Bang Theory, I got you. But even then, when they don't get that million lead in, when they don't get that, yeah, we not gonna count the overrun. I'm gonna get to that. We not gonna count that. We don't count that lead in either. So the numbers are probably much worse than we're seeing. When you don't get that million lead in, yes, the numbers are going to dip a lot lower. So I don't know what's going on with the Big Bang Theory. I would listen to the argument that the Big Bang Theory losing a lot of viewers to the NBA, NHL, and WNBA causes the ratings to dip. That makes sense. But it's also, again, we have to be honest. The Big Bang Theory is a cause for the higher numbers anyway. Because when you take out the first quarter and you take out the last quarter, if somebody want to do that math for me as I'm talking, you got to take out the first quarter and we got to take out this overrun. We got to take out 794. We got to take out 702. The numbers always go down about another 15,000. So do the math there. If we take out 15,000 from 713, we're below 700K again. So where does 160,000 people go in this meantime? And remember, the NBA playoffs started in early April. When did NHL start? NHL season start. It started in okay. Maybe that's something. Nah. Maybe this is something. because we really started to see. Nah, when did ratings really stop going down though? When did ratings really start going down? That is the question, because again, it was 850 to 875 for the longest. I don't know. Let me see. WrestleNomics. Shout out to WrestleNomics, by the way. This is who always comes up with these, numbers and AEW ratings. Let's see. We got to scroll back a very long time. Let's see though. Jesus Christ. Oh, that's Collision. I was about to say, Jesus Christ. 463. So they're not showing me. So in January, they were doing 837, which is lower, but it's still, that's still, it's something. Yeah, just gradually going down. In February, 818. In February, the next week, 805. 811. So it really started going. So we can't even blame NHL. We really can't even blame NHL. I don't know. MJF, that makes sense. Because think about the dates that I just gave you, it's all been this year. We have not seen MJF on our screen all year. We have not seen them. We have not seen that man on our screen. It's kind of weird they spent all that money on Okada, Monet, and so yeah, that's the funny part about it. I mean, it's not really funny because it's sad at this point. But when you think about it, we have not seen MJF, and the ratings have started dipping since the start of the year. So there's something to that. There is definitely something to that. But do I think MJF is going to come back and save this shit? Hell no. I don't think 50,000 people leave. 150,000 people leave with MJF. I don't think so. Because again, we got to think about the start of AEW. Even before Punk, even before Adam Copeland, before MJF was a star like that. I understand we can give them the fresh new car smell. We could give them that, but they would be upper 900,000s, and they would touch a million every now and then. Then the whole Punk situation happened. Then it was like the 900,000s, the lower the 900,000s. Then that's when we got into the era after Punk, I believe. I think it was after Punk, or actually, no, it was after Punk did Brawl Out. After Brawl Out, that's when we had the 875 to 850K for like a year. And then MJF left our screen, and now we are where we are. So they lost the new car smell. MJF is gone. CM Punk is gone. Kenny Omega can barely walk around anymore. They're not getting that back, bro. They are not getting that back. It's way harder to gain something you lost than it is to gain something at all. So they're not getting that 150K back. They can find a new 150K. Maybe. Because again, AEW will never die as long as Tony Khan wants to give it money. But it's sad because even with the ratings or whatever, even with NBA playoffs, WNBA, Caitlin Clark, a new star, NHL playoffs, or whatever is going on with NHL at the moment, they was never dropping below 700K in their ratings during the show. And I want to full screen this. I'm going to put this back up here because super chats get shown on the screen. But look at this. When Swerve Strickland lost 10,000 people. Swerve Strickland lost about 12 to 10,000 people. Malachi Black versus Kyle O'Reilly lost 57,000 people. Mariah May, Tony Storm. Now look. I don't know if y'all remember this, but we were arguing about this. We were arguing about this in the chat last couple weeks ago. Bro, when Tony Storm is on screen, K people. Now, do y'all want to give that? Do y'all want to give that to? It's kind of weird, I understand, but do we want to give that to Bryan Danielson versus Sanam Singh? I think it's Tony Storm, bro. I genuinely think it's Tony Storm. They never pick up this much in a main event. And the only reason I'm giving it to Tony Storm and not Bryan Danielson is because it's consistent at this point. This is what it's been at this point. Like, this is like weeks in a row consecutively that when she's on screen, they gain people. That's what I've noticed. Now, again, I understand that the quarter that she wrestled in was the lowest of the thing. But given the fact that it went on to the next quarter and she has a history of gaining viewers when she's on screen, I have to give her the credit for that. I have to. Now, I like to hear an argument for Bryan Danielson. I can hear an argument for Bryan Danielson, but I don't know. I don't know about that. It's 100%. So we agree. It's Tony Storm. She's the one thing they got. She's the one thing they got. She's the one thing they have. Bro, look at this. Look at this. Roderick Strong and Beretta versus Orange Cassidy. Will Ospreay continued. They lost 8,000. Young Bucks, Sanjay Dutt, backstage angle. Jay White, live promo. Angle with Pac, Gun Club, Lucha Brothers, ad break. Next segment, they lost 80,000 people, bro. Now, I don't know who we blaming for this. We could blame Shibata. We could blame Brian Keith versus Hook. We could blame Chris Jericho. We could blame Willow Nightingale. We could blame Mercedes Moné. I don't know. We could blame a lot of people for that. Or we could blame quarter two, or we could blame quarter three. Is somebody in there we could blame for that? I don't know. It could be Chris Jericho, Willow Nightingale. Nah, it ain't Willow Nightingale. People love Willow Nightingale. Mercedes Moné. Maybe it's Orange Cassidy. I don't know. But even then, when you look at your world champion, both of them, they lost 4,000 people. Or they gained 4,000 people, but then they lost 12,000 people. So your champion has lost all momentum. I don't know. I just don't see how you can look at AEW. Of course, booking is the factor, but also I'm saying like that is a good way to look at your talent and where they are as in stardom, as in star power. That's all I'm saying. I'm not blaming them as performers, but I'm saying that shows you what people think of them. Your ratings and your ticket sales, your merch will always show you what people think of your wrestlers. They always will. Swerve Strickland has never impressed me for real. I'm going to be honest with y'all. He never has impressed me. I seen this. I seen it. From that first promo he had against Heyman Adam Page, it was not good, but people hyped it up. I'm like, okay, maybe I'm missing the point. But he was never that guy to me personally. And people tune out when he shows. I mean, people don't tune in for him, and they don't tune. More people leave than tune in for him. So, guess the numbers prove me right. Where's Jeff Hardy? Running out the clock so he can go join his brother in TNA. I want to like him, but I don't see it either. I always tell y'all, maybe it's because I grew up with people like Swerve Strickland, bro. Like it's just a little corny to me. It just comes off a little corny. It comes off very disingenuous. I'll say though, I love his theme song. His theme song is great. I love his theme song. Sir, you know what I'm saying? I love his theme song, but his character, that ain't it, Chief. We don't believe you. You need more people, whatever that means. It's not for me. I don't know. It's not even the point like he was better as a heel. Like I think he's better as a face, but he's still bad. It's still bad. Swerve when I job. Saw some YouTube channels talking about how great segments AEW has, which Leo Rush is a better wrestler than Swerve. Wow. Sammy the Hardy Killer. What you mean? What's a buckshot to a kill shot? Was a good promo. Here we go. Nah, that shit was bad. The cadence was bad. It didn't. I like we talk about believing people. If we talking about believing people, I didn't believe. It didn't feel like he believed a word in what he was saying in that promo. I don't know. First impressions is everything, and he didn't impress me. His moveset doesn't impress me. I like that kick he does. I'll say that. I always tell y'all that. I like that kick he does. Like the one where he like runs up and that one. I like that swinging kick he does. I like that. I hate the swerve stomp. He can't gritty. He don't know how to gritty, bro. Like I know let's watch it. I can't. Y'all ain't on Twitch. Y'all on YouTube. Aubrey Edwards gonna take me down with the quickness. We'll watch it on Sunday on Twitch. Hold me to that. Because again, if I watch it on YouTube, Aubrey Edwards gonna take me down. Follow me on Twitch. I can't gritty either. It's easy. Y'all don't know how to gritty? Let me show y'all how to gritty. Hold on. Let me show y'all how to gritty. I've practiced this. I've practiced this. All right. Fuck. All right. Whew. I am old though. Let me adjust this. I am old though. All right. So look, what you want to do? I'm flat foot, by the way. So if I'm flat foot, so if I can do this, y'all can do it. Maybe that actually helps. But the thing when you gritty, you want to land on the flat of your feet, like the middle part. Don't land on your toes. Don't land on the heel. You want to, you feel me? You want to do that. Then you could, you know what I'm saying? Bow, 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 bow. You know what I'm saying? That's how you do it. That's like, now just again on the flat part. Don't do it on your toes. Don't do it on your toes. All right. Or you can do it slow. You can, you know what I'm saying? I'm from Cincinnati. We gotta know how. You know what's fucked up? You know what's fucked up? I'm tired. A solid 3.5 stars? You a fucking hater, bro. You an AEW guy, ain't you? That motherfuckers got me grittying, bro. I'm tired as hell. Like the video for my gritty, man. I just moved to Ohio. That's what's up, bro. Like the video for my gritty, man. Damn. My knees hurt. Meltzer said that was 5 stars. Tell Meltzer I appreciate that, bro. Fuck. Nah, it wasn't 5 stars because it wasn't in damn. It wasn't 5 stars because it wasn't in the Tokyo Dome. If it was in the Tokyo Dome, it'd be 5 stars. Hit that like, yeah, for sure, bro. Hit that like, bro. Swerve when I drive. Swerve when I drive. Damn, I'm hungry. I said, if I'm still hungry after drinking this whole thing, then I can eat something. I've been like cutting weight. Yeah, I'm glad it's the weekend too. I am glad it's the weekend. Even though this weekend about to fly by. Did you hear? I made a whole video on it. CS, like y'all don't be watching the content, man. I made a whole video on it. Check my content out. I talked about it already. They about to do to him what they did to Punk. They just apparently his contract up in June. So if they just don't talk to him for the next 5 weeks, we'll see you on NXT, bro. Oh yeah, I got to stretch. You know what's fucked up? I want to be a wrestler, but I don't think I got it in me, bro. I don't think I got it in me. I'm too frail. Too frail. Swerve when I drive. Yeah, stupid, man. Be a manager. I could do that. I could be a manager. I could definitely do that. That's not a good idea. What's not a good idea? Exactly what y'all talking about. I've talked about in the video as well. Watch the content, man. I don't just put out this content for new viewers. I put it out for subscribers too. Ricky Starks versus Lexis King. Ricky Starks versus CM Punk. If you passed, I'm 23 years old, bro. I'm 23 years old. I feel like I'm 40. Here's the funny part. I have a gym membership. I have not been all year. I pay a good, I won't say how much, but I pay good money for a gym membership, and I have not been all year. Oh, you got time, bro. I guess so. I had a hip surgery when I was 14. So almost 10 years ago, I had a hip surgery. And when it rains, my hip is terrible. Like it absolutely kills me. It absolutely kills me when it rains. That's why when they said MJF had the hip surgery, or no, not hip surgery. When they said he was dealing with hip pain, I was like, yeah, he gonna be out for a minute. Actually, that's something we could talk about. Apparently, MJF may be coming back soon, but hip pain is no fucking joke. It is no fucking joke. If you sit down too long, you need to try less meals. Yeah, but the thing is, I pay $70 a damn. Damn, all right. Said my gym membership, how much it costs. I pay so much for gym membership that I don't want to. I feel like I'm cheating myself if I work out at home. That's like the mental dilemma I'll be putting myself through. You feel me? I do this shit for y'all though, because I would like if I just go straight to the gym after work, I'd be straight. But I gotta come home and make content for y'all. And then I gotta play 2K a little bit. You know what I'm saying? I gotta play the game just a little bit. So I be missing the gym for y'all, for real, for real. For real, for real. But yeah, hip pain is a bitch. Sorry for cussing, but it really is terrible. Like, if you sit down for too long, you are not getting up. You are not getting up at all. My people used to hate me because I need to take a break from walking because it hurt to walk for so long. But also, if I sit down, I'm not getting up. Yeah. Yeah, it was bad. And I dealt with that for like a year, and then I finally got the surgery. I got a pin in my left hip. And they said if I fell down the steps wrong, like my leg could have came out of the hip socket or whatever, and I could have had a dead bone or something like that. My pops, he got it on both. He got hip surgery on both. Me, I got lucky. I only needed it on the left, but I do think eventually I may need it on the right. I hope not, though. That's why you often to see me lift my legs up or put them up or something, because it's natural to do that. It's natural for me to do that. Jesus. Sprained ankle sounds terrible. My little brother's watching. That's what's up. But yeah, I hope I never got to deal with that right hip pain, because the left hip pain was terrible enough. Like every now and again, I get like a sharp pain. Like I think it happened this week when it rained. It's been raining all week here, and I dealt with it a little bit. I didn't want to work. Like it was the first time in 10 years where it was like, all right, I gotta sit down. I don't want to work. So I've been lucky enough to escape it so far, but I know eventually I'm gonna need some type of work done. And I got flat feet, as y'all just seen. I got flat feet as well. So I'm sure that doesn't help in the alignment of my hips or whatever, however that works. You need to try to gym before coming. I know. Because when I come home, I'm not doing anything. If I come home, I am not leaving the house. I say I am, but I'm not. I know I'm not. I be lying to myself. Do the gym at 9 a.m. I work at 6. I work at like 6 a.m., bro. I go to work. I wake up at like 5:30 in the morning. Go to work. Sometimes for 10, 12 hours. 10 hours minimum. If I'm out before, if I'm out before 10 hours, that's a good day for me. That's a lucky day for me. So my schedule is like from 5. I wake up at 5:30. Wake up at 5:30, go to work. Work from like 6 to 4. Come home. And you know what I'm saying? There's a lot of procrastination going on. I won't lie to y'all. There's a lot of procrastination going on, which is why this way of working is way better than what I was doing before, as in trying to sit at my computer and record like 5 to 7 different videos. Instead, I could just come on here and talk to y'all, and it comes off more natural and better, and I could just, you know what I'm saying, put it up there. But the old way, that was definitely unsustainable. But yeah, you know what I'm saying? And plus, I like the job that I do. If I lay down, it's over. Like, it is absolutely over. I almost didn't stream today because I'm not gonna show y'all, but my bed is over there. Like, I tried to have this little setup in that room, the depressing room. I tried to have it in there because it'd be less tempting to go lay down and go to sleep if my studio is in the other room. But then it's like, all right, if it's in there and I'm laying down, I don't see my setup. So it's easy for me to, you know what I'm saying? It feels like a journey to go do my work. Because at the end of the day, this is kind of work. As much as I don't want it to be, it is kind of work. But now my bed is right there. So when I'm chilling and I'm procrastinating, my setup is like staring at me. My setup is staring at me. So it's like, all right, bro, you got to get to work. You got to get to work. You can work out while talking on stream. No, I cannot. No, I cannot. That's embarrassing. I was just gritty in there. I got tired. I am, but I can't eat anything. I can't eat anything until I finish this. If I'm still hungry. Because I'm at my lowest weight that I've been. I'm at my lowest weight that I've been in like 6 months. When I first started this YouTube, when this YouTube first started doing good, I was at like what? In September, I had to be, what was I at in September? I don't know. Let's see. Let me find a video of myself. Oh, I'm trying not to show y'all my phone. Let me see. September 2023. When this channel first started doing good, I had to be like, I don't know, 200 pounds or something. I don't know. But turkey sandwiches, that sounds amazing. That sounds amazing. Turkey sandwiches sounds great. Peanut butter and jelly sandwiches sound great too. You know what else sounds great though? Boneless wings. And that's my problem. Boneless wings sounds amazing. What is intermittent fasting? What is that? See, my problem is I know that if I just chew some gum or something, I'll be all right and I won't be hungry. But I'm like, fuck that. I want food. You feel me? Protein shake? I don't know. I like the gym that I go to, they make like meals and stuff. And I think I had a protein shake and I think I had it for dinner. I forgot how it went. I don't know if that was a good experience or not. What I really did when I had the most success, I was eating breakfast for dinner. Soul food is the munchies for you? Wow. Traditional wings? Yeah, but you got to order them. But I was having breakfast for dinner. So like eggs, it's like 70 calories per egg, right? So I had like 3 eggs. That's 210 calories. And then I had turkey bacon. But I was always taught growing up, not taught necessarily, but just the way we made bacon, we would split it down the middle. So basically, you got, I don't know, but basically, so a slice of turkey bacon is like 90 calories. So you slice it in half, that's 45 calories. You get like five slices of, you get like 5 half slices of bacon. That's like 45, 90, 180. What's 180? That's like 225 calories. That is only 445 calories. Right? No, 430. Fuck. 435 calories. That is that you eat that, you straight. But the problem is I got not addicted, but I got so used to drinking Monster energy drinks. And I know that is the worst way to go about it. That is the worst. But I was drinking Monster energy drinks like daily. I still do, low key. If I'm being honest with y'all, I still drink Monster energy drinks like daily. I know that's bad. But still, that's my shit. And then what I started doing though, I drink a gallon of water before like 12 o'clock. Cut them out. They that bad. They bad, ain't they? They bad. I know, bruh. I know. I need something in the morning to wake me up though. Like I said, I wake up at 5:30 in the morning. Get the sugar. I might as well not drink them for real. You know what's crazy though? Again, one thing about me though, I know like if I drink like half of this before I drink a Monster Energy drink, I won't even want it anymore. If I drink like, let me see if I can find one. I know I got a bottle of water around here somewhere. Let me see. Like now I could destroy one of these in the morning. I can destroy one of these. This is basically 34 ounces of water. 100. I always aim for 126 ounces of water because that's a gallon. But I could destroy one of these it used to take me a minute to drink one of these, but now that I started drinking this, like this is 50 fluid ounces. But since I just started downing these, this is nothing to me. But if I drink one of them before I drink a Monster, I'm good. I'm straight. I'm all right. I don't even want a Monster no more. Replace energy drinks with pre-workout and keep drinking water. Pre-workout. I don't know, man. That's my thing though. Like, all right, if I woke up an hour later, my life would be so much better, bro. I work 5 a.m., 5 p.m., 5 days a week. Right. You just need something to wake you up. You just need a little bit of flavor. You know what I'm saying? You just need something that, like, especially me, because I'm lying when I say I wake up at 5:30. No, I'm lying. I'll be honest with you. I wake up at 5:50. I got to be at work by 6:06. It take me 13 minutes to drive to work, right? I wake up at 5:50. And I got to be there at 6:06. So you do the math for how much time I'll be having in the morning to get ready. I'm a procrastinator, bro. So if I woke up an hour early, my life would be so much better. Because my plan is the way I would like to do it, and I need to do it. I'm gonna do it this week because my goal is to get to 175. Ultimately, I would love to get to 175. I'm at 192 now. 17 more pounds. And I think I settle for 180. I think I would. But so if I woke up early and ate my calories in the morning, I'd be straight. I would be straight. And one problem I'll be having, I'll be snacking a lot. I know y'all seen it on stream. I'll be snacking, bro. What? And I'll lose it. Like today, I had 2 bags of chips, probably like 400 calories each. 400 calories each. I've had dinner with my chips. And like I'll be wondering, like, damn, bro, how I be gaining so much weight? Because for the longest time, I was stuck at like 190. I couldn't get past 180 or 189 for some reason. I just could not get in 180s. So then I started snacking. Bruh. The amount of like the way I would snack daily is crazy, bro. Because the thing is with snacks, they won't even fill you up, bro. They won't. It's literally empty calories. It's literally empty calories. Like you don't even feel it. I could eat like the only thing that really make me not hungry after I eat it is a honey bun. After that, I'll be like, I'm cool. I don't even finish honey buns. But like I could eat a cupcake, the little Debbie snacks, I could eat whatever, and I'll still be hungry right after. It'd be like I ate nothing. What I started doing, I started actually eating like meals, like I even go to McDonald's to get me something. I'll even go to McDonald's to get me like a McGriddle or something. Them, whew. That's gonna be hard not to get one in the morning. Cause on Saturdays is like a voluntary day for me, but I still get there very early. So what I would do is I would go early, get me McDonald's, and just like eat it at work. But that's gonna be hard not to do because I really don't want to waste my meal that early in the morning. I try to eat one meal a day. But I know, and I'm watching my little brother for the first time. Yeah, snacks are my biggest. Yeah. Especially like I'm blessed to have a job where I move around a lot because when I don't, I always gain the most weight. Like I worked at Golden Corral, bro. I wonder if I could find a picture. I'm gonna find a picture and show y'all. I worked at Golden Corral, bro. I'm gonna try to find a picture. Whoa. Let me see. I want to make sure y'all can't see nothing crazy. We are going through Google Photos here. Of course, there's not a lot of pictures of me because I was fat as hell. I ain't wanting to have pictures of me. Let's see. Fat fuck. Could y'all imagine like just having all the food you want at your just like right there in your face all day, and you already struggle with like snacking and stuff? That was me at Golden Corral, bro. I worked at Golden Corral, like just free food. The one I work at don't exist anymore, so I can say this without fearing anything, but just free food all the time, bro. Like literally all the time. I'm trying to find a because when you this big, you don't even realize you this big. You feel me? Like you don't even realize how fat you got. You feel me? Like when you like look at that. Like I know I got chubby cheeks and shit, but my face ain't that round. You feel me? It ain't never been like that. This was me 5 years ago. Like you can tell that's can you? That ain't as bad. All right. Hold up. All right. Let me find a picture. This was 5 years ago though. Let me see. Was this before? Yeah, I was working at Rumpke at this time. Y'all don't even know what Rumpke is, do y'all? Let me see. All right. This was before I had any tattoos. Look at that. The garbage truck. Yeah. I work for the Rumpke, the recycling place though. This was me. I had to be like 250 around this time. That is me 250, right? So then I started working as a recycling man. I started doing recycling. Then I also got like sick multiple times. Like I got really, really sick, right? So this was me. I ended up losing about 70 pounds, right? You could do the math. 250 minus 75 pounds. 175. This is me. Damn, where is it? Huh. I have no pictures of myself. None that I could show anyway. Yeah, I ain't got nothing I can show. Yeah, all right, that's dead. Just a bunch of haircuts that I wanted. Anywho, yeah, I didn't go outside much, so it ain't gonna be too many pictures of me at 175. All right, so this was me. Let's see. This is when I knew I was fat, though. Hold on, let me find a picture of when I knew I was tripping. Let me see. Like, all right, bro, you gotta lose some weight. You feel me? It's just, I don't know. Now I'm looking at it, it's like maybe I'm tripping. Maybe I'm tripping. Maybe I was never that bad. Cause I was wearing black, bro. I was wearing black. When you're wearing black, you can't tell how big somebody is. Cause I knew how to wear it. You feel me? I knew what I was doing. Okay, this is me at like 2:30. This is me at like 2:30. Oops. Okay. This is me at 230 pounds. You feel me? Anywho, started working at Rumpke again. Started doing recycling again. And ended up losing about 30 pounds. So if I could get back to that, if I could get back on track, stop snacking so much, stop letting my hunger take over my mind and just really just eat my breakfast for dinner, I'd be straight. I'd be straight. But fucking water, bro. It's all I really fucking drink. And vitamin water. How y'all feel about vitamin water? Thanks, Robert. I appreciate that. How y'all feel about vitamin water? Is that good? I know Monsters is good, but vitamin water? I still want some nuggets, man. I'm almost done. I still want some nuggets. Cranberry. Mine is dragon fruit. My favorite is dragon fruit. I'm a fan. Yeah, all right, cool. We valid. Yeah. All righty. I guess it's time to get back to some wrestling. Enough about myself. Enough pity. What's going on with wrestling today? Hey, I'm tired. You'll try it next time? Okay. Cool. Cool. Whoa. Somebody thinks Kendrick Lamar lost and he's a hypocrite. Let's see. You heard about the King of the Ring announcement? I'm assuming the announcement that it's going to be for the WWE Championship or a spot to become the number one contender for the WWE Championship, and which I like. Make it mean something. Make it something that actually matters. Make it something that there's a prize, and that automatically makes the tournament more interesting. It always does. And I feel like, not to make this an AEW thing, but I feel like the Continental Classic, that should have been number one contendership for the AEW World Championship. And I love the fact that they're bringing it back, because if you don't know, that's what they used to do for King of the Ring all the time. King of the Ring used to always mean WWE Championship automatically. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's how Brock Lesnar got his shot against The Rock at SummerSlam. And I don't remember when the last time they actually did this. So I wish they would have announced it sooner instead of just like a throwaway line at a pre-show press conference. I wish they would have announced it way sooner, but it is what it is. Now, what does that mean exactly? I think you could do Cody Rhodes versus Randy Orton without it, but I think that's like the one thing that Randy Orton hasn't done. But it just feels like this tournament was for Gunther to win. It feels like this is meant for Gunther to win. So either way, I won't necessarily be disappointed. I can see a few people being upset with it. Is it too early to be doing Randy Orton versus Cody Rhodes? Not really. I do think I wonder how they'll go about it, because is it too soon to turn Randy Orton heel? Is it too soon to turn Randy Orton heel? And does Randy Orton need to be heel for this storyline to work? I don't think so. I think he's one of those people who will work as a tweener. He's probably the greatest tweener of all time. But also, if Gunther wins, how does this work then? Gunther versus Damian Priest? Is Damian Priest the person we want to see lose? Is Gunther the person we want to see beat Damian Priest? I think it's more so. I think we all agree that we'd rather have Drew McIntyre beat Damian Priest, right? I think we all agree with that. I think Drew McIntyre is the person to dethrone Damian Priest. So they've kind of booked themselves in a corner here. What do they do? What do they do? How do they have maybe not Ludwig? What's the other guy? Da Vinci? Maybe he costs Gunther the championship, or maybe he costs him the match with Randy Orton. I don't know. It's kind of a beautiful thing, though. We don't know who's going to win that match. I'm very interested. I am very interested, because I believe Clash at the Castle is way before, or way after, or way before SummerSlam. So you got some time to figure it out. I just wonder how. It's kind of a corner that they've booked themselves into, and it's got me interested. Am I interested in watching a 1 p.m. pay-per-view? Not really, but a lot of people deal with this stuff from other countries, so who am I not to deal with it myself? So we'll deal with it. We'll put up with it. But Bloodline calls Orton a match. So okay, let's say Gunther is the champion, or Gunther wins King of the Ring. Gunther versus Damian Priest at SummerSlam? Probably too soon for that. I mean, CM Punk and Drew McIntyre does not need the championship. Let's be honest here. Let's put that out there. Damian Priest or CM Punk versus Drew McIntyre does not need the championship. He got the script. What the fuck? So okay, so that makes more sense then. Are we ready to crown Gunther already? I always felt like Gunther should dethrone Cody Rhodes. But if they want Cody Rhodes to hold the championship until The Rock comes back, that's also something. And that also tells me, if Randy Orton wins, that also tells me that we're getting Cody Rhodes versus The Rock at WrestleMania. Which I don't know how to necessarily feel about that. I would rather have Cody Rhodes versus The Rock at SummerSlam, have The Rock versus Roman Reigns at WrestleMania 41, and that's it. That stops this whole bloodline shit. That is the end game of the bloodline. But it's looking, yeah, again, if Randy Orton wins, that tells me everything I need to know. I think we can milk Randy Orton versus Cody Rhodes a little bit longer. I don't think The Rock comes. He said he's got to go away for a few months. So Gunther wins the King of the Ring and loses to Priest. What? I don't know about that though. So where does Gunther go from there? Like, yeah, he's the King of the Ring, and yeah, but that's 2 losses though. That's 2 major losses in the last 4 months. Where does he go from there? Does he win a Royal Rumble? And then what? I don't know. Like that, they've kind of booked themselves into a corner. It's a beautiful corner because it got me interested. It got me not knowing what the fuck is going to happen. But they've kind of booked themselves into a corner here. Because again, taking Drew McIntyre and CM Punk out of the picture because they don't need the World Championship. They don't. Would it help? Sure. But they don't need the World Championship. CM Punk doesn't either. He's good. I just feel like if Gunther wins, whenever his match comes for the WWE Championship, he needs to win it. Not the WWE Championship, the World Championship. Whenever his match comes, he needs to win it. We don't need to be playing no Cody Rhodes wait a year game with him. So Damian Priest, damn. It feel like WrestleMania was yesterday, bro. It doesn't feel like he's been champion that long. Drew is most definitely beating Priest in Scotland. Why though? Why? Gunther versus McIntyre? Gunther versus McIntyre is SummerSlam. Finn versus Damian Priest at SummerSlam. Damian Priest does not work as a face, though, guys. He doesn't. He's not a good face. He needs to be a heel. But okay, let's go down that path. Gunther versus Drew McIntyre. Okay. Cody Rhodes versus Randy Orton. Damian Priest versus Finn Balor. I don't know, man. I don't know. Because you have Drew McIntyre beat Gunther already? I don't know his stuff. Right. Damian Priest is getting better. You know what I'm saying? Now, this isn't to say that his first world championship run is going to be his only. Like, he could win. He could always win it again down the line. But damn, just to be champion for 3 to 4 months, I don't think Priest and Balor will have as much stakes without the title. Yeah, but we all know that Balor isn't beating him for the title, though. So, all right. Last time Drew versus Gunther happened, people said it was underwhelming for what I seen, at least. I guess. Gunther beats Drew, leading to Punk versus Gunther starts his reign. I don't know. Again, all right, let's assume Gunther beats Randy. Clash at the Castle is a huge obstacle we got to get past because we're all assuming it's going to be Drew versus Damian Priest at Clash at the Castle. So Gunther beats Randy. Hold up. I got a board for this. Hold up. Okay. All right. Where's my? Damn. Okay. All right. So we got a board. Bow. So y'all about to see my handwriting for the first time. So Gunther wins. Okay. So this is the scenario if Gunther wins, all right? Damian Priest. Drew beats Damian. So if Drew beats Damian, do we have? Okay, so Drew beats Damian. Do we have Gunther? So we have Gunther versus Drew at SummerSlam. Gunther versus Drew. Gunther versus Drew. Who wins this? Gunther versus Drew. Who wins? Gunther versus Drew at SummerSlam. Who wins? Because you can't have Drew just be champion for 1 month, right? Or 2 months, right? Gunther wins. So Gunther wins. Gunther wins. So then, if Gunther wins, what does he do at WrestleMania then? Who does he lose to at WrestleMania? Because that we got to have an end game. No Diddy. What is the end game there then? He doesn't lose? He got to lose eventually. He doesn't lose at WrestleMania? Braun Breaker. Oh, okay. Braun Breaker beats Gunther at WrestleMania. Yo! Loses to Braun Breaker. loses to BB at Mania. You see how easy this shit is? You see how easy booking is? I just booked the next year for WWE. I just booked the next year. We just booked the next year for WWE. You see how easy this shit is? Gunther wins King of the Ring. Drew beats Damian. Gunther beats Drew. Braun Breaker beats Gunther at WrestleMania. I just booked your next 3 champions. That quick. That fucking quick. Okay. Let's say Damian beats Drew. If Damian beats Drew, if Damian beats Drew, who beat? So it's Damian versus Gunther. Right. Do we feel the same way? Does Gunther beat Gunther beats him too? Does Gunther beat Damian too? Yeah. Gunther wins in the same thing. It's that easy. It is that easy. And then you just figure out all the middle stuff in the meantime. Gunther wins. You just figure out all the main stuff. Ilya? You like Ilya versus Ilya? Ilya? Or Ilya. I'll put or Ilya. Or Ilya. Whichever the fans want more. Whichever the fans want more. Fuck, I am butchering this man's name. Bow. We just booked the next year of WWE Monday Night Raw. We just booked the next year of Monday Night Raw. Bow. Gunther beats Orton. Bow. Gunther beats Orton. Bow. Drew beats Damian Priest. Bow. Gunther versus Drew at SummerSlam. Bow. Gunther wins. Bow. Loses to Braun Breaker or Ilya at WrestleMania. That's your next year of booking. That is your next year. Okay. You say you want Damian Priest to win, though. You say you want Damian Priest to beat Drew McIntyre. You know what I'm saying? You won't see him Punk to cause Damian. You won't see him Punk to cause Drew McIntyre. Cool. I got you. We could go about it. I'm flexible. I could work it out with you. Damian Priest versus Gunther. Damian Priest versus Gunther, right? Same fucking ending. Same shit. It's the same shit. It's not that hard. And you just figure it out in the meantime. As long as you make your ending the right ending. You know what I'm saying? You got 2 big stars. You got 2 stars in the making. Book them like it. Book them like they're going to be your champions. Book them like it. Now, where it gets complicated, what happens if Randy wins? What happens if Randy wins? If Randy wins, of course, Cody is going over. But what happens with Gunther? What happens with Gunther then? Because you don't need to do Gunther versus You don't need to do Gunther versus Damian Priest at that point. You could say that for Mania. You could save Gunther for the World Championship at Mania then. If he don't get King of the Ring, he can win the Royal Rumble. So I would have Damian Priest versus or Damian Priest. Let's say Damian Priest beats Drew McIntyre Clash at the Castle. I will have Damian Priest versus Finn Balor. You can do Finn Balor. You can do because that title gotta. I'm assuming that title is coming off. Let's work as if that title is coming off Damian Priest. Let's just assume that title is coming off Damian Priest. You could do Damian Priest versus Finn Balor. Or who else on Monday Night Raw is ready for a championship match other than Gunther? There's nobody else ready. There's nobody else ready, really, other than Gunther. Who else is ready? Seth? Maybe Seth comes back by then? Nah. People would hate that. People would absolutely hate that. All right, I'm gonna wait 10 minutes, and if I still want some chicken after that, I'm gonna cook me some chicken. I drank this whole thing. So, Jay, yeah, I'm assuming Jay will be busy with the Bloodline at SummerSlam. Yeah, it got to be Gunther either way though, because nobody else is ready other than Finn Balor. That's the only person I could see going against Damian Priest at SummerSlam. That's it. That is absolutely it. Nah, people are already getting tired of Jey Uso. So that is it. You either have Damian Priest. If Randy Orton wins, obviously he goes against Cody Rhodes at SummerSlam. But for Damian Priest, it's got to be either Gunther or Finn Balor. One of the two. I said 10 minutes. I still want chicken. AJ Styles traded to Raw and winning. I'm not against that. I don't think a lot of people are against that. Ooh, AJ Styles versus Gunther at WrestleMania. That sounds amazing. Gunther would give him the perfect send-off. Yeah, I'm interested in that. I am very interested in that. AJ Styles versus Gunther. I'm with it. Give it to me. Inject that shit in the veins. I ain't gonna cap. Are y'all watching Friday Night SmackDown? Is it currently on right now? Anybody oh man. Man. Brock. Piss boy Brock. I forgot all about Brock, for real. They don't even need Brock. It would be nice to have him back, but let's see if there's anything on YouTube that's some blasphemy. You know what? I seen our boy Suplex was talking. Let's see. Now, this is a 49-minute video. I am not watching all 49 minutes of it, but I am interested in seeing why this man decided he is done with AEW, or he's done watching AEW at least. I'm interested. I'm very interested. He has my attention because when I said that AEW content was bad, the shows that they were putting on were forgettable, and that the Young Bucks were irrelevant, I was told I was tripping. I was told I was lying. So I don't know how long y'all been watching me, but me and this man, Suplex, did have a back and forth in September, 8 months ago. So let's see. Is he being genuine, or is he just following along trends? Because now in videos, apparently he is a WWE grifter, when I accused him of being a AEW grifter. So we'll see. We'll see.
I don't really feel like it's uncommon to hear from a lot of wrestling fans and wrestling creators that they either don't watch AEW as much as they used to, or they don't watch AEW anymore. Like, that's not a very uncommon sentiment these days. I am one of them. I would fall under the category of I don't watch AEW as much as I used to anymore. For those of you who may have been following me since 2019, when AEW first started, I watched every single show AEW produced from 2019 to like 2023. Did not miss a show. Didn't miss one. I was a hardcore. I was in it. I was locked in. This is a fresh new promotion. WWE at that time truly sucked. Was not a good did not tell good stories. The wrestling wasn't up to par. I still think AEW is the best promotion in terms of in-ring competition. But AEW was just better at everything at that point. At least in my opinion, I think the common consensus in the IWC was AEW was better at everything at that point. But in the last 2 years, I think we've seen quite a shift in the not so much the narrative, because I think the narrative really is just what everyone's thinking. But we've seen a lot of perception shift in what AEW truly is to a lot of wrestling fans. And if I'm being honest, AEW is clearly the number 2 promotion right now. And it seems like they've been struggling in the ratings for quite some time. And it does suck to see. It does suck to say that I don't watch this promotion as much as I used to. But I wanted to come on here because I saw this video from this wrestling creator who I believe is really a WWE 2K gaming creator. His name is Assemble Wrestling. I'm pretty sure he has a channel called Assemble.
Oh yeah, we are at the bottom of the barrel. I just peeped that.
And I wanted to see what his opinion was.
This is a reaction to a reaction.
I almost stopped watching AEW forever. And that's a pretty bold statement to say AEW for like why you almost stopped forever. So I'm curious about why he almost stopped forever. I don't think I've gotten to a point where I said, "Oh, I'm never watching this promotion ever again." I'm just at a point where it's like I'm waiting for them to do something exciting so I could start watching again. Because I definitely hear a lot of
and maybe it says a lot about me, because I'm actually at the point where, like, again, like I said earlier in the stream, when I actually look forward to Dynamite. Like, I actually look forward to the Young Bucks being on my screen. When 8 months ago, it was like, hell nah. Even a month ago, it was like, hell nah. But maybe it's so bad it's good type territory, or I don't know. Maybe I just I like train wrecks, like I don't know. But as the people I'm telling this stuff is bad are leaving, I'm actually walking back in the party like, hold up, what y'all got going on here? This looks kind of cool.
You guys who say, why don't you watch AEW anymore? You're turning away a bunch of your fans by not watching a promotion. I am not the type of person to sit here and make content about a promotion I don't like. Like if I am not into a promotion, what I won't do is come on here and rant and rave and yell and scream every single. Does it make for good viewership? Yes, but I'm not the type of person to do that. I'll make a rant about something that I like.
Is he talking shit?
And I want to see improve, but I'm not about to rant all day about something that I'm not enjoying. At that point, I'm just not going to watch it until it gets better. And that's the point I'm at with AEW right now. Those rants and raves you saw from me, that was last year. Last year, I was ranting and raving about AEW and CM Punk and all that stuff. At this point in time, it's like, yeah, until y'all start doing something for me, I'm not really watching a promotion.
Let me know, chat.
I'm watching it this Sunday for AEW Double or Nothing. I am watching that.
Is he talking about me?
But I'm not watching it week to week. Don't watch Dynamite weekly. Don't watch Collision weekly. Don't watch Rampage. Does anyone watch Rampage? But the point being, I don't watch it. I'm not at the point where I'm going to say I'm done watching it forever, though. This guy almost stopped watching it forever. We're going to check out his video. I'm going to give my thoughts on it. So that
doesn't that like kind of hurt the company as well, though? Like, I would rather sit here and rant and rave and yell about something that I want to see get better than just completely leave it alone. Because when you ignore it, that's when it really dies. That's when it really dies. Like, you can make the argument that the Jim Cornettes, the Eric Bischoffs, the who else am I thinking? The Busted Open Radio, the Mark Henrys, the Bubba Ray Dale. Like, you can make the argument that they are keeping AEW alive by talking about them so much, because it got people like me wanting to check it out. Like, yo, it can't be that bad. And then you check it out, and you're like, yeah, it's that bad. So you can make the argument that the people who actually talk about it are keeping it alive, because in some aspect, all publicity is good publicity. So again, when you really stop talking about it is when it really dies. Y'all could let me know if I'm tripping, but I truly feel that way.
That being said, Assemble, why did you almost stop watching AEW? Tell the people. Tell me.
Hey everybody, welcome to Assemble. I'm Matt. Great to have you here. Today, we're talking about AEW. I have watched AEW since the beginning, since it first came out.
It's crazy to think AEW is only 5 years old, right? 5 years old. It's such a young promotion. It really is a young promotion, even though it feels like it's been around for a little bit longer than that now. It's only been 5 years. And they've accomplished a lot in 5 years, by the way.
I almost fell off from watching the product overall, kind of recently. Now, I want to talk about
Okay, so I do want to say where my decline started, because I think that's important. Because like he said, he started watching the beginning. I started watching from the beginning. I think my decline in the promotion truly started in early 2023. Because if you go to my channel, the very first, like, truly, I don't even want to say negative, but my truly, like, highly critical video of AEW was called I'm Skipping AEW Revolution, which was AEW 2023.
Am I tripping, or is that? Let me see. AEW Revolution 2023. AEW Revolution 2023. What is this night? What happened this night? He skipped Bryan Danielson versus. Damn. I know, like, we can't judge these we can't judge these pay-per-views like off the match cards, because if we did that, every fucking pay-per-view would be amazing. But damn, Bryan Danielson versus MJF, you skipped that? I don't know. This seems like an AEW fan's wet dream. AEW 4-way tag title match, a Buried Alive match, Jack Perry versus Christian. I don't know. Am I tripping? The Trios Championship match with House of Black versus the Elite. That feels like a weird one to skip out on. I mean, again, like, do your thing, but I don't know. That feels like a weird one to miss out on. I wasn't paying attention too much around that time though.
So that to
say?
me
Who am I to
historically
judge?
was my first video, my first AEW show where I'm like, yeah, I'm thinking about skipping this show. I'm not interested. And ever since that date, it's been a slow decline downwards for AEW. It's just been a slow decline down in interest, whereas WWE has been a slow incline in interest. Because I'll be honest, I'll be straight up with you. Yes, my channel has shifted in its focus of wrestling promotions over the years. When I first started doing wrestling content in 2015, it was WWE. From 2015, I want to say 2018, the primary focus was New Japan. In 2019, the primary focus became AEW and New Japan. Then after like 2020, it was really just AEW up until 2000 and like August 2022 when the Bloodline really started picking up with Sami Zayn. That's when I started like, all right, let me start watching WWE again. But my focus was still AEW, but let me start watching WWE little by little. Like catch a SmackDown here, catch a SmackDown there. And then 2023, that's when I'm like, all right, let me actually start watching WWE just a little bit more. Maybe a Raw here, maybe a SmackDown there. But AEW is like not watching that as much. So in 2023, there was a point where I really wasn't watching much wrestling at all. I wasn't watching AEW Dynamite Weekly really after, I would say, the summer. I wasn't watching Raw Weekly. I wasn't watching SmackDown Weekly. So I wasn't watching wrestling on a weekly basis for like really the last half of 2023. I really, if I'm being honest, I really wasn't. And then I want to say this year was when my primary focus became WWE again. It was really this year. Really and truly, it was this year. And now AEW is kind of just secondary. I catch it when I catch it. But enough about me. Let's listen to this guy a little bit more. Just wanted to lay out the land of where my interest has been over the last few years of doing wrestling content, because I started doing wrestling content in 2015, almost 10 years strong. Let's go.
AEW in general with all of you, because I am a fan of it. I'm a fan of just having pro wrestling available to watch, to be able to have
AEW being a thing is not horrible at all. You will never hear me sit here and say, oh, I want the company to die. I want them to go under. Fuck it. I'm never going to say that.
Yeah, those people who say they want AEW to die is just weird. Like, I'm going to be honest with you. Like, why would you want a company to die? Like, why would you want a lot of people to lose jobs? Why would you want there to be less content? I'm of the mindset of we need AEW to be better. We need AEW. If AEW fails, it's going to be a long time, if ever, we will have competition in wrestling. So we need AEW. We do. Not only do we need it, not only do we need AEW, like, not only do I want AEW, we need AEW. We absolutely do. Now, I would love to hear an argument on why we don't, but we don't. We do. We absolutely do. So yes, I that's the reason I ran about it so much. That's the reason, I talk about it so much, because we need it to do better. And I won't lie to you, like, that's what does good on my channel, but at the same time, that's what I feel like is needed. Like, why would I come on here and just talk about things we already know? Like, we know Cody Rhodes is a star. We know the Bloodline is great. We know this. We know that. We know WWE is doing great. And that's great. But let me talk about this promotion I want to see do better. Let me talk about this that I need to see do better. So, because we do need the competition. We absolutely do. We absolutely do.
I will never say that. If my interest drops to the point where I never want to watch AEW again, I will never say I want them to die. I think that's ridiculous, because AEW is so integral to the landscape of professional wrestling. There is a second place for wrestlers to go when they're not happy with how they're being treated in WWE. A lot of these wrestlers were from WWE that are now employed, making great money, getting booked way better, having a better spot on television. It is a great thing to have AEW right now. Is it in a great spot? maybe not the best spot it could be in. Maybe it was in a better spot 3 years ago. But to say you want AEW to die, I think is so counterproductive to everything that wrestling has going for it right now. So I will never say that. I will never say that.
Have alternative options. Growing up, my whole life watching WWF, WWE, then being able to watch TNA and Impact.
Hell yeah, man. Let me tell you, man, because growing up, I only thought there was one option, WWE. When you're a kid, you don't know about the indies. You don't know about all this other stuff. You don't know about the WC unless you're introduced to it. You don't know about these other promotions. You only know about WWE. I mean, my story with TNA is that it was one random day over the summer, like 2009, I think. Summer 2009. One random day over the summer, I was at my dad's house and I was just I was browsing through my television. And at the time, Xfinity was Comcast. Comcast had on demand. How many young kids out there remember Comcast on demand, right? Comcast had a button called on demand. You would go on there and now it's basically it was basically the equivalent to what streaming is now, like your Netflix, your Hulus, your HBO Maxes.
We got a $5 super chat. You have to tell me how to pronounce your name. I apologize, but I'm gonna call you P Pixel Art. Do you ever think that Tony Khan will consider selling AEW? It's important to have strong competition. I do wonder if different management would help. I think he should. Not sell it. I wouldn't say sell it, but I would definitely say he should consider it. But again, who though? Like, who would want to be interested in buying a wrestling company that you have a bunch of wrestlers who have such a sense of entitlement and they only know one way to wrestle, and that way of wrestling isn't necessarily productive, isn't going to draw viewers, isn't going to draw money. So who would buy it? And also, again, me personally, I feel like I've always said this in my videos. Tony Khan will rather burn AEW down than give it up. He would rather AEW fail with him than succeed without him. So I don't ever see him selling it. I wish he would, but I can't. Me personally, I cannot ever see that happening. I wouldn't put money on it. I used to be a gambling man. I am no longer a gambling man. But in my gambling days, I would bet the under. I would bet the no on that one. But again, I appreciate your super chat. I believe this is your first. This is if a lot of people, if they ever send a super chat, it's their first one because this is a young channel. But I appreciate that so much. Yeah, it's just a whole lot. It's so many problems. It's so many holes in this boat per se. It's so much things that need to be fixed. It's the booking. It's the travel schedule. It's where they go when they actually do travel. It's I'm sorry. I'm a little tired, so my reading is off. But I definitely appreciate you. Peelin is like Peelin or Flynn. Either way, man, I appreciate it. Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate you for stopping by for sure. I know Friday Night SmackDown is going on right now, so I appreciate you for stopping by. But yeah, I again, like I've always told y'all, I feel like he's just like Vince. He's more like Vince than he would be willing to admit. He would rather see AEW fail with him than succeed without him. This is his pet project. This is something he's been booking since he was 15 years old. So he will. Flynn. Oh, okay. Flynn. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate you, Flynn. So he would it's his baby, and he would rather kill it than give it up, just like Vince McMahon. He's more like that man than he would like to admit. Thank you. I'll keep it coming. Pause. No Diddy.
Was Comcast on demand. And on demand had, some episodes of Raw you can catch, some episodes of SmackDown you can catch, and under one of the categories, I saw TNA wrestling, and I'm like, oh, maybe WWE started up a new show.
I don't give a fuck why you watch.
They did the day
TNA,
and I said Punk that I kind of forgot TNA was doing something because I didn't truly. This is a huge adjustment for me.
Still watch the pay-per-views. I still watch Dynamite, but we've got Rampage. We've got,
and you can't call it a PLE for AEW because you still got to pay $50 for that shit. So that's damn sure not a PLE. Cannot wait until they move to. We've been saying about the moving to Max for 3 years now, and it still hasn't happened. This ain't. The day they move to Max, and I don't gotta pay $50.
Now, shout out to Evil Dose on Twitter. I don't ever see that happening, bro. Like he got me hit. No streaming service other than like Netflix has ever made a profit. So AEW, with how much money they lose yearly, it's better off for them to do those monthly pay-per-views for $50. They need 100,000 people to give them $50 a month. If they go to a streaming service where maybe they get a big deal, maybe so, but what streaming service is going to look at AEW, who can barely fill arenas, who are gradually damn, Justin, who gradually loses viewers weekly on television? Why would HBO Max, or who's in so much debt, fucking Disney Plus, why would Hulu, why would anybody look at AEW and say, I want this asset on my streaming service, and here's a bunch of money? Like that doesn't necessarily work, because again, a lot of these streaming services other than like Netflix are in debt. WWE Network didn't make any money for them. Peacock didn't make any money. I don't know why they keep making all these streaming services when nobody's making money. I'll have him on stream eventually. We did a podcast with him. His name is Evil Dose. I think he's like a lawyer, and he was also like a former wrestler. He talks a lot about this. Like, no streaming services has made money.
$50 for pay-per-views anymore.
So don't get your hopes up about a streaming service anytime soon. Just don't. I wouldn't.
It's the day where I will get on my knees and thank Tony Khan, because
oh my god,
has been paying $50.
Damn, Suplex, bro. I'm trying to defend you here. You talk about getting
$50 every other month for AEW. Been, well, if I'm being honest, I haven't really watched AEW pay-per-views in a month. I haven't bought an AEW pay-per-view a month, so hasn't really been hurting my pockets lately. But last year and the year prior and the year after before that and the year before that, it was hurting my pockets. So especially in 2023 when they were doing pay-per-views once a month after like All In. Oh yeah, I'm ready for them to go to Max.
Collision, and there are, I think, some big issues with the product overall. And if you're a diehard AEW fan, amazing. If you're a diehard WWE fan, amazing. This isn't about we're gonna talk trash and crap about why AEW is a crap product.
Hell yeah, fuck AEW. No, I'm just kidding.
But there are issues with it.
No, what I'm saying is, yes, there's always going to be that crowd who sold out all in. There's always going to be that crowd who, there's always going to be people who support AEW, no matter what. And that's a beautiful thing. That's a beautiful thing. But how, like, they're even losing those people. If you haven't noticed, like, they're even losing the super fans. They're even losing the diehard fans. Even those people, because it's because at a certain point, bro, it's unsustainable, man. It's very much unsustainable. How many times can you watch the same match? Stop hating on Pro Wrestling Theory. That's a great podcast. How many times can you watch the same match over and over again? How many times can you watch Orange Cassidy no sell? How many times can you see Darby Allin damn near kill himself? How many times can you watch this stuff with no stories? Nothing to hook you in. No pun intended. So yes, they have the diehard fans now, but how long can they survive off the back of diehard fans? If you would even call what they're doing now surviving.
That I want to be able to discuss. There are issues with WWE as well, but this video
There can't possibly be trouble in paradise in WWE. Can't possibly.
Let's look back a little bit. When AEW was first announced and it was coming out, and Tony Khan was leading the charge and still is. Tony, by the way, seemed a lot more put together, didn't he? His hair was shorter. He had the glasses. He just looked like a wrestling nerd. And it was kind of fun. It was like, cool, this nerdy.
Yeah, this geek is running the show. This Mark is running the show. That's what we all thought back then. And it was cool. And it still is cool to an extent. It's just now he's out here just doing shit. And it's like, all right, bro. But it was cool though.
Billionaire is starting a wrestling company. You had the likes of Jericho coming out. You had the Bucks, the Elite.
I still remember that day when they had that press conference outside and Chris Jericho showed up at the press conference and then Kenny Omega showed up at the very end of the conference. This truly felt like a revolution was being started. 2019 AEW truly felt like a revolution. I will never, until the day I die, forget AEW Double or Nothing 2019.
You see, the thing is, I didn't even know what AEW was at the time, bro. Like, I genuinely did not know what it was. I promise you I did not. Like, that is the funny thing. Like, I did not know. I don't know about this press conference. I didn't know about. I've heard of Kenny Omega a lot. I've heard of Young Bucks a lot. But yeah, man, in terms of like, in terms of all this at the time, nah, what he's talking about, this is flying over my head. I'm like, what the fuck is he talking about? I don't know.
19 weekend. Never. Of all the wrestling shows I've been to, of all the states and cities I've traveled to for wrestling shows, my favorite wrestling weekend to this very day is still AEW Double or Nothing 2019 weekend. There were wrestling fans everywhere in Las Vegas. Well, number one, I've never been to Las Vegas either, but there were wrestling fans everywhere. Wrestlers everywhere. Personalities, influencers everywhere. Like, anybody who was anybody in the wrestling community was there that weekend. And it was like, yeah, you see that every year for WrestleMania, but seeing it for something completely different, this new promotion that everybody's excited for, there was just an energy that weekend that has not been captured since. It has not been captured since. So when people ask me, oh, what's your favorite like wrestling weekend? It's always going to be the first Double or Nothing.
The people who want AEW to fail are the people who, I told y'all, the people who want AEW to fail are the people who thought Roman Reigns should have won at WrestleMania again. So I don't know. Don't care about those people, bro. Like, there's so far and few between that actually want AEW to fail. Like, it's so far and few between. Like, why even think about it? Why even quit? Why even care? You know what I'm saying? Like, I've started to realize, like, I was the guy who was championing CM Punk. I was the guy who was like, you know what I'm saying, why is CM Punk getting all this hate and stuff? But I don't realize, like, it was just a vocal minority. So why even care? Why even care? It's something
AEW had. But yeah, another tangent. I'm sorry. When I hear things that I could get into, I'm gonna get into them. You'll learn more about me through this. So
Omega,
get into this.
You had big name Pac showed up. You got Hangman breaking out as a new star in AEW, as a new talent. For me, a lot of the talent, not to mention you had Cody Rhodes, Dustin Rhodes, and so on. But for me, experiencing AEW when it first launched, I was super excited for it. The reason why was because, one, it was an alternative to WWE.
Yep.
In 2018, and really even before that, like I feel 2016, 17, 18, 19, and 20, and 20. I mean, we get into COVID era, but like there were years
WWE was trash. You can say it.
of WWE that I felt were almost borderline unwatchable as a fan.
Especially 2019, bro. After WrestleMania 35, 2019, because like the beginning of 2019, when it was Becky and Ronda feuding, and then Charlotte got thrown in there last minute, but then Kofi Mania, like beginning of 2019 was fun. It was after WrestleMania where they fell off fucking hard.
And I have watched WWE,
And it was trash beyond that point, because that's when you get into the Fiend versus Seth Rollins and all that, and then COVID.
These are all points I've said before that you know, we all just seem to ignore, you know. Just saying.
Don't take me back to that period.
forever. Even when it has been absolute trash, in my opinion, I have still tuned in to watch. And those years, right around the time of AEW coming out, was really hard to watch WWE. Storylines were crap. Endless rematches. Vince just doing random matches, stuff that didn't make sense.
And like I said earlier, and like you will hear this point across many, many, many content creators and many fans, WWE being shit was truly AEW's benefit. Because if WWE were this strong, if WWE now was,
I ain't gonna lie, y'all. It's a little like, it's a little disheartening seeing like bigger YouTubers just basically say everything I've been saying for the last 7 months. Like, these are exact points I've said the last 7 months. So I don't know, like, they're just repeating everything I've been saying. I'm glad we can all agree on something, but I've been saying this shit for the last 7 months. So yeah. I mean, I'm glad y'all caught up. I'm glad y'all finally admitted it, but you know what I'm saying? It's a little too late. And also maybe y'all should keep talking about AEW though. Because again, I feel like the Jim Cornettes, the Eric Bischoffs, the Bubba Ray Dudleys, they're the ones who's keeping AEW alive. They're keeping any symbol of interest in AEW, whether it's negative or not. It's still getting people interested. So I don't know. I won't react to this whole. This shit is 40 minutes long. I won't react to this whole thing. But they're basically saying that, like, if you want why Suplex, stop watching AEW. If you want why Assemble, stop watching AEW. If you want why JD from New York isn't really feeling AEW. If you want why Solid Monster isn't really feeling AEW. If you want why everyone is turning on AEW, quote unquote turning on AEW, look at any one of my videos from the last 7 months. It's unsustainable. It's boring. It's not that good. It was overhyped, and WWE is doing good now. WWE is the cool thing to be. And when you make your identity, we're not WWE, I was like, fuck you. What the hell? WWE is the good thing to be. WWE is the cool guys in town. So it's not cool to not be the cool guys in town. So yeah, like, again, everything I've been saying over the last 7 months. Shit. But it's been like 30 minutes and I still want chicken. It's been well over 30 minutes. I still want some chicken. So I'm gonna put something in the oven for me real quick. And I'll be right back. I'll leave y'all with something while I'm going though. Hold up. Hey, stuff actually comes up when you bro go get some chicken. I am. There are like 15 y'all motherfuckers watching this shit. Oh, before I go get some chicken real quick, before I get some food, in the chat, pinned to the chat is my Twitch account. We are going to be watching AEW Double or Nothing all together. We're all going to be watching it together. But it's going to be exclusively on Twitch because if I have the background audio on YouTube, Aubrey Edwards and AEW will take me down with the quickness. Okay? So hit that link in the chat. It's pinned. It's my Twitch. Hit that link. Hit follow so you can watch AEW Double or Nothing with me. Okay? Okay. Oh my God, Bray, how much we've missed you, man. Bro. I'm gonna miss the Firefly Funhouse though. I was kind of hoping that the Firefly Funhouse would be back, but with that mask, I feel like some form of it will be. He's perfect the way he is. I don't know what you mean by he needs to be more fit. I think he's perfect. Like, you didn't even see his body. Like, great fucking show, just in general. Like, man, great show about Hunter. Wow. Definitely pay-per-view of the year so far. Definitely. By far, pay-per-view of the year so far. Wow, man. Yeah. Like, well, what? How many? There was how many title fights were there? There was both women's titles. Damn, that was about it, right? That was about it, right? Roman wasn't on the card. Gunther was, but Gunther was, but in a tag team match. Wow, man. Wow. Like, this is just like what I've been like. Man, when you've been waiting on it for a fucking year, you score an 8. Ah, man, maybe I'm just so happy right now, but I think the only thing wrong with that match was maybe not the match, but the whole show maybe was the yeah, that was the loudest pop since like CM Punk. It's usually different because like if you go to a live show, it's usually louder, and for some reason cameras don't and microphones and stuff don't pick up the crowd noise like a show like like being in a crowd does. Like if you ever watch a concert and like you'll think just the person performing just has no like the crowd just isn't interested, but man, that was like ain't no denying that. That was amazing. That was amazing. Wow, man. Oh my god. Yeah, I mean, let's be honest, Extreme Rules um Extreme Rules pay-per-views just always seem to fall flat. I can't think of a great pay-per-view like a great Extreme Rules pay-per-view all in total, but that entirety from wire to wire, Bianca versus Bailey, great match. With a great ending, by the way. Um, the old I can't even think of the name of the fucking match. The 6-man match that started the night. Great banger. Um, Liv and Ronda was kind of, but it was still a good match. It still passes. It still passes for a good match. Like, man, that was amazing. That was amazing. That's what, like, oh my god, man, man. I can't believe it finally happened, man. I can't believe it finally happened. Yowie, fucking wowie. Yowie, fucking wowie. Wow. Yeah, I don't know that guy. I don't know that guy. Wow. That was great, man. That was so fucking great. Nah, Fiend don't need no championships. We need to keep the Fiend or Bray or whoever way he's coming in. He needs to stay away from the title. Oh, how I've missed you, Bray. Oh, how we fucking missed you. All hail Triple H, man. Yeah. Yeah. Oh my God. Triple W. Fuck a H. Triple W. I don't know, man. That was amazing. That was amazing. God damn, man. What a match. What a what a wow, man. Wow. 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 Really? The White Rabbit got you back? Oh my God. And it's also great just knowing that Bray Wyatt got a great bag for this. He got a bag and he deserves it. Yeah, when he got fired, it was like, man, that was I remember first reading that news when he first got fired. That like it ruined my day because that's when they were like releasing everyone. Like everyone was getting released, and then you know, everyone was getting released, and it didn't matter. Like it just didn't make sense. Such as I think Karrion got released before Bray. It was EC3 getting released. Keith Lee. Um, who else am I drawing a blank on? That was just Braun. Braun got released, and it's just like wow, like when he got released, it was just like damn. It don't surprise you, but it does at the same time. It's like fuck, Bray, like man, and I just wish I hope that we get to see the Fiend in some form of fashion. We seen him come out with with a mask, and it looked very much like the mask that he tweeted out when he said you can't kill it. But yeah, I hope we get to see the Fiend. I love the Fiend. I love the Firefly Funhouse. It don't look like we're gonna get much of that. It looked like it's dead and gone. But honestly, I'm just happy to have him back. Um, it was so amazing, like the way everything came together. It brought a bunch of fans together. It does suck that it's over in a sense. Maybe we'll get more cryptic stuff. Maybe we'll yeah. Hopefully Alexa. I do think Alexa got some smoke coming her way. Because he needs. Last time we seen him was the Firefly Funhouse, and last time was the WrestleMania where she betrayed him. But it was just great to see like all the fans coming together to figure out to crack these mysteries and stuff like that. Yeah, like it was great to see like all these mystery, like us solving these puzzles together, and like man, that's what we've been missing for I don't know. Has there ever been anything like that in the WWE? Has there ever been anything like that where all the fans are solving these puzzles and stuff like that? Maybe. Don't get on me, but I'm eating Skittles right now. So I'm gonna let this video play a little bit longer, all right? Maybe with Chris Jericho. I think Chris Jericho had a Y2J. He had a countdown until his return, but then the return happened, and I don't know, but man, that was amazing. Like that time period, those 3 weeks and those 6 QR codes, like as a WWE fan, and like I grew up with the Undertaker, but it was also like that was when he was kind of transitioning to his part-time legendary veteran role. And we haven't seen anything like this since Taker. Just like man, just red to pay attention to see all the details, to watch out everything. And man, it was amazing time to be a a wrestling fan. It was an amazing time to be a wrestling fan. Man, wow, man, wow. What a like. I don't want to spend too much time just on Bray because the entire pay-per-view was amazing. Even like I will admit that I had high hopes for the Liv and Ronda match. Didn't quite, didn't quite live up to all the other matches, but it was still, it was still pretty good. I love the ending, by the way. If that leads to somewhere and that wasn't just a mistake on Liv's part to be smiling as she's passing out, but man, that was amazing. That was amazing. That was great. Um that was great, man. You will never be able to experience that again. You will never be able to experience that again. It will never happen again. It will never happen again. maybe you'll feel it in a different sense. Maybe stuff will remind you of that. But all right, chat. Sorry, had to put something in the oven. I also had to eat some Skittles. But I got this video I've been wanting to watch for a very long time now, and I've been every time I stream, it's just for some reason slips in my mind. But this YouTuber I watch, his name is FD Signifier. And feel free to tune out if you want to. I understand this will be the last topic of the night. I got to get some sleep. Got a big day ahead of me tomorrow. Watching my little brother for the first time. So I got to have all the energy I can for tomorrow. But so this is a video that will be more so about the behind the scenes aspect of wrestling, and more specifically racism in wrestling. I hope you eat something. I got you. I'm gonna eat something for sure. But yeah, this is something that I've been wanting to watch for a very long time. So again, feel free to back out if you want to, but I would love to watch this with y'all and see an outsider's perspective on Black wrestlers. I got my opinion, but I would love to see his. I will not be watching the whole hour and 20 minutes. I'll just say that right now, but we'll figure it out. Jesus Christ. Of course. Probably not live because I'll probably be getting some sleep. Well, that kind of just kills anything I was just saying about no audio. Oh damn, my bad chat. Basically what he was saying is he's been watching wrestling since 1992. He low-key ruined his year. We're not too far in the video, so I can rewind it, but that's basically what he said so far.
Ever since I was a little boy, like literally a little boy, 6, 7 years old, I have always loved wrestling, and I have vivid memories of so many big moments in wrestling stuck in my brain, whether it's when Ric Flair won the 1992 Royal Rumble and became the WWF champion, which ruined like my whole year. I was praying as I watched, hoping that the Ultimate Warrior, who was my favorite wrestler at the time, would suddenly come back to stop this from happening, and it didn't. I remember getting hyped every time I heard the Hardy Boys music.
Basically,
and saw them.
What I was saying was my initial point in the beginning of looking at this from an outsider's perspective of a wrestling, like on wrestling. This ain't it. Apparently he's a super wrestling fan, so I missed out on that. I messed up on that part.
Went out onto the stage. I remember Kurt Angle. I remember Taz's debut. I remember Chris Jericho's debut. I remember the finger poke of Doom, which probably made me turn off the TV. I remember discovering wrestling in Japan. Like for nearly 30 years, barring a few short or extended breaks when people like John Cena or Triple H figured they should never lose, I have always watched wrestling. If you watch my content, literally going back to my very first video as a YouTuber, you can see that wrestling has always been an influence on me and my content. But up until the last month in preparing for this video, I hadn't watched maybe more than 5 minutes of a single wrestling show in nearly 5 years. At first, I thought it was because of COVID, like COVID kind of just made me just not interested in watching wrestling because the product looked different and felt weird watching crowds going to stadiums still in like 2021, 2022. The whole situation just made it less fun to watch. But I realized I was kind of done with wrestling a little before COVID. And when I thought about it longer, it hit me that it probably started from one very specific moment in wrestling back in 2019.
Is sponsored by Ghost Recon.
Yo!
Quickly with Kofi Kingston.
So yeah, this was horrible. But we're not
Yo, I can't. If you stop watching wrestling because of this, I do not blame you at all. I do not blame you at all. Luckily, I was in love with other aspects of wrestling, namely the Fiend, Bray Wyatt. But this shit, actually, you know what's crazy? I don't even want to hype it up because as I was watching it, and I'm like, I'm gonna look at the camera when I say this. I was watching it. I'm like, yep, expected that to happen. Like I ain't never been spit in the face before, but that was like a spit in the face. But it was only a spit in the face if you allowed it to be. You know what I'm saying? It's like if you get with a girl and you know she cheats, why would you get upset with her for cheating? Like, you knew this was gonna happen. Like, I don't know. Maybe that's revisionist history, but in hindsight, that was always gonna happen. That was always gonna happen to Kofi Kingston. In hindsight, that was always gonna happen to Kofi Kingston. And I think that's why I'm not even that upset with it anymore. And don't get me wrong, it is the worst match of all time. Like, I mince no words when I say this. That is the worst match of all time. Brock Lesnar versus Kofi Kingston is the worst match of all time. Not because of the action, not because of what, it's because of everything that led up to that point. It was a spit in the face to a lot of wrestling fans. It wasn't a spit in the face to me because I expected it at this point. The way they were booking Brock Lesnar, John Cena Brock Lesnar is who they would have you think John Cena is.
We have to put it into greater context, but suffice to say, as a black fan of the WWE, I don't know if I'd ever felt more disappointed. And considering the WWE's history with black wrestlers, that's saying a lot. And that a lot is going to be the topic of this video as best as I can with this long of a video. And I know I make long videos, but like there's no way I can really get into the entirety of this subject in just one video. But I'm going to do my best to make it not a 4-hour long joint. So let's not waste any more time, shall we? Here is the complex history of black wrestlers. So let's start with a little secret. Wrestling isn't a real sport. You might even.
You don't fucking say. Quit playing, bro. Nah, you lying. You lying. You lying. He lying. He lying, right? So this is more so an educational, and this is something I should probably watch off stream. This is probably something I should watch off screen to, more so inhale it, because there is apparently a lot about the earliest, things that I would want to actually know. Unfortunately, we just don't really have the time. So I want to get into what he sees in the black gimmicks, because I know what I see: Street Profits, Hurt Business, Crime Time. To name a few of the gimmicks that I necessarily, the pattern that I see. But I'll finish this part of it.
This may be shocking to some of you, I know, but yes, the end results to 99.9% of all activity in the wrestling ring is predetermined. Of course, I say this sarcastically. Hopefully people realize and recognize sarcasm here. And the purpose of that is to ward off comments from people who think they're really smart, that think they'll be blowing my mind by telling me that wrestling isn't real as a 41-year-old man who's in Washington for 30 years. And you'd be surprised how often this still happens in 2024 when you tell someone that you watch wrestling. It's like they think in their heads that everything else that they watch on TV is real, like the Avengers are real. I don't know. Anyway, it's more accurate to look at wrestling like a long-running perpetual soap opera where the drama plays out in the ring and backstage. And unlike most stories in movies or TV, the thing that makes wrestling great is that the bad guys often win in wrestling. And what that does is make the story that much more interesting and unpredictable. And the best wrestlers know how to play into that unpredictability. Professional wrestlers are one part athlete, one part stuntman, one part actors, and they tell stories through their bodies. And I really can't explain enough how magnificent and deep and powerful some of these stories have been throughout the years, but also how incredibly awful some of them have been as well. And from early on, Black men have participated in this unique form of live theater with very mixed results and often in very limited capacities. For the first 100 or so years of wrestling as public spectacle, was not really acknowledged. And thus, first professional wrestlers were actually multi-combat
this is the part
athletes.
where I think he's kind of goes into the earliest day.
And one of them was named Real Small. Small was a major attraction as a form of
this is something that I want to watch off stream and really inhale it. But I want to see again the perspectives of like black gimmicks and stuff like that, because this is something I even noticed as a kid.
And eventually also wrestled in the WWE, and neither ever made it to that same level. In fact, beyond just that 8-year period between Ron Simmons and Booker T, up until relatively recently, the WWE would never have the same level of representation for their black stars. In fact, it has probably the most sketchy past of engaging with blackness in this program. I think the best distillation of the problem with how the WWE has historically imagined black wrestlers can be found with a guy named the One Man Gang, aka George Gray. Gray's character, the One Man Gang, was basically a 70s, 80s type street thug, biker gang type of guy that you might see get shot by Charles Bronson in a Death Wish movie back then. He was a mid-carder and part-time tag team wrestler with Slick as his manager. Slick being a very stereotypical character that we're going to see over and over in the WWE going forward.
Is just what it's all about. And you know, Daddy, I'm just about the happiest man in the world right now.
Gray portrayed the one-man gang for years until, according to him, Vince McMahon began prepping him for a change in gimmick. Sometime later, we have this skit, right, where Slick pops up on TV in what's supposed to be the Watson LA, which is, yeah, and he has a boombox on his shoulder, and he starts playing this jungle music.
Brother, it's time for it to start right now. Let the ceremony be.
And then out of the blue, some black folks in tribal costumes start running around and dancing. They have black tribal guys running around the Watts, chanting and shouting African gibberish.
I cannot believe this. Absolutely incredible. Call a lawyer. Get an out-of-court settlement on this. Maybe I'll re-up my subscription to National Geographic.
And then Slick says,
Behold! And behold, Akeem!
And there he is. We meet Akeem, the African Dream, wearing a yellow dashiki and a matching hotep hat. And he's dancing like he's doing this dance. I cannot describe it. I don't know how to explain this. I don't know how much of it I'll be able to show, especially if you're watching this on YouTube. But yeah. And the thing that's so wild is that they put so much effort into this. Like for WWE TV, this was the full-blown production that they would have when they wanted to get someone behind a new character. Akeem the African Dream was born. In the case you were confused and said, well, maybe this man was like Creole or just really light-skinned or something. Maybe he's on that Drake type energy. Like, no. George Gray was a white man from the Midwest, and everyone knew this. But for some reason, Vince McMahon thought it'd be cool or funny to turn him into a hotel. And then he's
to add like something to this, and if anybody who watches FD ends up watching this video, this is something that still kind of goes on today. Now, although he just literally got released, there was a wrestler named Jinder Mahal. He actually won the WWE Championship a couple years ago. Oh, not a couple years ago, 7 years ago now. This man plays a Indian. He plays someone who basically is from India. But the thing is, he's Canadian. He's Canadian, right? Also, another example of that, Santino Morella. This guy plays an Italian. He is also from Canada. So although they do have like, origins. There's another one. Who's the guy from LWO? He's like LWO fake Mexican. Sorry. That's the only guy. WWE LWO fake Mexican. I don't. I forget I forget which one it is. I forget which one it is, but they have a group called the LWO, and one of the guys is not Mexican. He's just of brown skin. He just has brown skin, so they was just like, "Hey, fuck it, you're you're a Latino now." So, and I'm sure there's totally like a lot more examples of this. Is just those are the three that come to mind. So this is something that still goes on today. So yeah.
On the way to the ring, still doing
Kofi Kingston.
Whatever
they
this
had,
is, like it's almost
Kofi Kingston, WWE champion, who actually he was mentioning made him want to stop watching wrestling, or he did actually stop watching wrestling when he lost. He was born in Africa, or correct me if I'm wrong. He was born in Ghana, I believe. Yeah, he was born in Ghana. And they had him playing a Jamaican gimmick. So this is something that still goes on today in wrestling that, even when he was watching. So yeah, not much. I will say not much has changed, but I guess bad habits die, whatever the saying is.
The muscle, but like it looks very different. It's not how bad does this look? We're just gonna somebody make a gif out of this. I don't know. Probably the worst thing about this whole debacle was that it was cynical from the beginning. It's hard not to notice that Akeem's name and mannerisms look a lot like Dusty Rhodes, the American Dream. This whole farce was on some level an opportunity for Vince McMahon to use his company to poke fun at a rival, something he is known for. So let's talk a little bit more about Vince McMahon.
Okay.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to All American
Talk about Vinnie
Wrestling, and
Mac.
Happy New Year to you all. This is Vince McMahon reporting.
So anytime you see some fuckery, black or otherwise, on WWE TV, 9 times out of 10, there is an out-of-touch old white man behind the scenes
about what I think he goes talk about.
But Vince McMahon, the owner and lead creative force behind the WWE, wasn't just out of touch. He's kind of an evil villain.
Who the hell do you think you are?
The greatest villain of all time.
That's your appetite
The worst
for life, and I want more. Yeah, what's good in the hood? Let's hold it down. Try to take care of business. Keep it up, I'm a nigga.
He brought it up.
Joy, destroying lives.
No lie, Vince McMahon is like a real life version of an 80s like B-movie evil corporate character. I have no doubt in my mind that Senator Armstrong from Metal Gear Rising is loosely based off him.
The weak will be purged, and the strongest will thrive. You know what I see? I see your mother. I see 2 spoiled, ungrateful little rich bitches. That's what I see.
That said, it also must be stated that the insecurity, the seemingly limited.
He's not even talking about the stuff that he's pitched for his wife, or not his wife, his daughter, off screen. If you don't know, when Stephanie McMahon was pregnant with her first child, she was having, I think it was either him, he either wanted him or his son, Shane McMahon, to be the father on screen. Like, yeah. Like, this guy's nuts. And this is going on 30 years ago. This is like 20 plus years ago. So this dude is insane.
Limitless appetite for cruelty and pettiness that is at the core of this man is probably why the WWE exists the way it is right now. Wrestlers have a lot of freedom to come up with their own ideas and gimmicks and test them out on some levels, but it's understood that Vince has final say of what goes on TV, and under his creative vision, McMahon was able to transform an industry that was akin to a loose coalition of traveling circuses into a billion-dollar corporation and media juggernaut. And you can't take that away from him, unless, of course, you're his board of directors, but he's got a day in court coming, literally. As I said earlier, wrestling is about the development of gimmicks and characters. Gimmicks and characters are the building blocks of how stories are told and how action flows in wrestling. The right combination of characters and personalities combined with the right combination of story ideas, themes, and long-term drama can make for the most engaging TV you've ever seen. And McMahon, while hit and miss, definitely was capable of a hit or at least creating the atmosphere for one. But good Lord, these misses. So aside from Akeem, there's Virgil, who is basically my first introduction to Black Republicans. I don't know if Virgil is actually a Republican. It wouldn't surprise me considering how his career played out, but he definitely played a similar role for the WWE by being the manservant of the $1 Million Man, Ted DiBiase, who would always have his back, always be there to pay money or be intimidating, or just serve as a distraction, likely to get his ass whipped in place of his boss. Ted DiBiase also, just as an aside, has one of the cruelest moments in the history of wrestling, and while also racially insensitive, is such a perfectly scripted moment of cruelty, but I can't help but appreciate it. Little more. Virgil went through his entire career like this until he eventually turned against his boss and finally started to speak again. But even then, he was basically still a jobber who never won. And he would reprise this same exact role in the WCW as a member of the NWO, which always didn't make sense until you realize that he was just there to take extra bumps that no one else wanted to take. To this day, I can't imagine how he was okay with this being the entirety of his career and character for so long. But I mean, he's still out there making money off of this character. So I guess there's something to that. When you get away from Virgil and other Black jobbers, you have a multitude of supernatural voodoo Negroes that have graced the WWE ring. The earliest was Kamala, who, dear God, Kamala, I don't have anything else to say. Look at Kamala. This was on TV.
Yeah.
Even as a kid, I knew this was wrong. Like, this is just bad.
Yes, he's opening up his heart to you. I'm not going to be responsible for what might happen if he gets one look at you.
On the flip side, you have Papa Shango, which while being still a bit of a, could be seen as offensive stereotype, I thought that shit was dope as a kid, and I still think the shit is kind of dope now. His look was dope. He would barely wrestle. He would just come to the ring and do some hand gestures, and then suddenly the lights would go out, and whoever he was supposed to be fighting would be laid on the ground with tar coming out of his face and probably his feet on fire.
What the fuck?
I think that's entertaining.
I've never heard of this.
I give it a pass. I also maybe give a pass to the Boogeyman, who, I don't know. This one is, your mileage may vary, because the Boogeyman kind of transcended race.
I'll say this right now, man. The Boogeyman had me in a fucking chokehold. There was games I was afraid to play because of the Boogeyman. The Boogeyman, like, I probably shouldn't just keep saying this man's name. But yeah, he scared the fuck out of me when I was a child. I hated him. I know that's not a word, but
implied to be a black man. He was a supernatural
I didn't even know he
being
was black.
that ate worms. There's something to the idea of a black man walking around eating worms, but at least he wasn't a thug or a pimp, which we're going to get to those characters in a moment. This dude could barely wrestle. He would just come out, eat worms, do some creepy stuff, and then either get beat up or walk away victorious. It was, good for him, I guess.
Tonight, I will face whatever adversity life or the Boogeyman throws at me. And take a look, Crystal. Oh, God.
Oh, my darling. Oh, my darling. Oh, my darling. Clementine.
Oh, God. What?
For you to face your fear.
No.
Those are the mild things. The more offensive stuff comes in the form of the way that the WWE always found them a big black sexual deviant guy. The first notable one was probably Mark Henry in his sexual chocolate era. And then we had Big Daddy V in his Big Daddy V era. McMahon, like so many white men, has a fetishized predilection for black men's bodies and penises, which you can see from recently leaked text messages.
I love it. That's you, Janelle. You just can't get enough, can you? In the future, it's going to be so bad that you'll demand to be F twice a day and not just with redacted in a three-way. Jesus, Vince. Why not let others see the beautiful, voluptuous body and watch you shake uncontrollably when you come? They'll go out of their minds. Then I'll find more friends that will tie you up so you're helpless. I'll direct them to have their way any way they want. Exclamation mark. Jesus, dude. Who can make you scream the loudest? Maybe I'll just line them up and have them. Fuck, bro.
Harassing at the WWE, which is why he's not there now. And this wasn't really necessary because Mark Henry was legitimately the world's strongest man as a professional powerlifter and Olympian, but all of that floundered early in his wrestling career, and it didn't connect with the crowd. And until he was made into this comedy sideshow as a sex-crazed Harry White impersonator who didn't care.
I'm sorry for reading that. Y'all forgive me. I'm so sorry for reading that, chat.
One way or another, what he was going to take home with him, he didn't get over. In kayfabe, he forms a relationship with a 70-year-old Mae Young and gets her pregnant, and she gives birth to a hand. I promise you, wrestling has really good stories sometimes. I promise you. Big Daddy V's run with this gimmick was less gross, but only by comparison. But understand, he had been mostly a jobber for years until he found a way to get this sexual deviant black guy act over. And this shows the prominent reality for how black men are required to appear in the world. If we don't show up in stereotype form, we basically shouldn't show up. Now, to be fair, many of these guys came up with their own characters in tandem with Vince, but I also imagine that they did this because they knew who the audience wanted to see. Too Cold Scorpio, Bad News Brown, Butch Reed, the aforementioned Papa Shango, who eventually became the Godfather, the man that gave us the Ho Train. These were safe acts to play out as a black man in the WWE. And even outside of the WWE, this continued to happen. One of the most extreme examples of this type of character was guys like Homicide, who's technically Puerto Rican, and most notably New Jack. New Jack is a horrible person. I don't want to have that be forgotten if you've seen other things about New Jack. But he also had this amazing gimmick in the 90s where he just said, look, I know y'all are racist, so I'm going to be the most perfect distillation of everything you hate about me in the ring. He took it to the extreme, literally.
Like me or not, I didn't come up here to be liked. I came up here to get paid. And whoever you put in front of me, I'm going to drop you down. I like to send a special shout out to my homeboy, O.J. Simpson. Keep up the good work, baby.
And to be fair, this also wasn't just with black wrestlers. I don't know if I mentioned Yokozuna, who was a Samoan man playing a Japanese sumo wrestler, or Razor Ramon, a white guy playing a Puerto Rican, or Kai and Tai, or the Mexicools. There were also plenty of redneck, poor white trash characters, evil foreigners. Wrestling storytelling at that time, because it was so kid-focused, was built on stereotypes because American children could easily make sense of it. They wanted to see the American hero wrestle a cow. That's how it worked. But these stereotypes do not exist in a vacuum. They do have real-life consequences. And a major part of this is Vince McMahon and his appetite for cruelty and need to control things, even if it meant making things worse.
I enjoy destroying lives.
So bad at times that it legitimately hurt the product.
Making love to a dead person, you know, a female dead person when you're a guy and you're in this thong type thing, it was like, come on. That is like high comedy if there ever is.
Vince was and is known to be purposefully bad at his job just to be petty and cruel to other people. He would diminish wrestlers' popularity and not do things that the audience likes just so that he can appear right.
You violated me!
He is truly a scathing indictment of capitalism in that way because he knows that the logical capitalism is so that it is true because it's not.
I won't say it's not triggering, but it really makes you think, bro. Like this thing that I love, wrestling, like literally has made me the person I am today. I have tattoos of people I've learned about through wrestling. So much, so on and so forth. I won't get to, but literally, wrestling is my first love. It's the only thing I know. But for it to be built on from someone this evil, And I'm not mincing words when I say that. Like, this dude is evil. Vince is a terrible person. So for something I love to not be, I would not have it if probably not have he wasn't the way he was. Let's be honest. Is disheartening, bro. It's really disheartening. Like, just all the people who had to go through what they went through with Vince McMahon just for me to be entertained. It's, I don't know, man.
Oriented. He's more just, I have the power, I get to do what I want.
And also, like, I guess it makes me sick to my stomach because we know we didn't see everything. We know there's a lot more going on. I think we all can agree on that. There is a lot more going on. We probably only at the tip of the iceberg with this dude. Yo, if I don't know, that's not cool, bro. I don't know if you're joking, but that's not cool, bro.
Will lose money out of sheer spite.
I'm an entrepreneur. I'm what makes this company. I'm what makes my company and this country go round and round. I take risk, calculated risk.
What's up, Holmes? To be clear, at the time, most of this stuff was seen as kind of in bad taste, but not so beyond the pale. So in terms of offensiveness, right? I honestly am not as seriously bothered by a lot of it. It's just ridiculous to look at it in hindsight. But the thing that does bother me is that this stuff didn't have to be like this. It could have been better. It was a waste of a lot of talent and time just so Vince could get his way. You could write several books about the ways that Vince did this. As I alluded to earlier, Vince McMahon was recently removed from the company for misconduct allegations and lawsuits that are ongoing. And I hope it stays that way, and I hope it's for good. Vince aside, we have to come back to the fact that a lot of these black wrestlers went along with these gimmicks. Mark Henry himself says he came up with Sexual Chocolate because of his love for the movie Coming to America. They did this because they knew this is what the audience wanted from them. They know that the success of a wrestler or the wrestling company depends on putting white butts in seats and white eyeballs on television. And the history of media and sports in America tells us that white audiences really don't want to consume black images unless they look a specific way. Again, Portier and Denzel Washington. But every once in a while, even within that like constrained way that they had to show up for TV, you do get a Papa Shango or one of my favorite acts from the last 15 years. Big Shad and JTG were your classic bruiser cruiser tag team duo. JTG was the skilled workhorse who would carry matches, and Shad was the flashy big guy who would do power moves and get the crowd going. This formula has been seen a billion times in wrestling throughout the history of it. So to stand out, they played into street thug stereotypes, but really in a wink and a nod type of way where they took it beyond the actual stereotype and into the point of parody.
Yo, 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 yo. Pop a 40 and check your rollies. It's crime time. Crime time's game is so tight that JTG stops to give a shout out to his
I love Crime Time. Like, I understand the racial, things that go into it, but I love Crime Time. Rest in peace to Shad, man. Man, rest in peace to Shad. I think his birthday just passed, actually. True hero right there. Like, true hero. Like, for every Vince McMahon in the world, there's like 10 Shad Gaspar. Just remember
that. Like, interesting, cool thing, because on show over is, and it wasn't those situations why I don't think all this understood what was happening. The fact that he didn't often know if the audience was laughing with him or at him. It was pretty clear that Crime Time, the audience was laughing with them at the concept of this over-the-top black street thug duo that stole things.
Those vignettes,
and even in its own very imperfect way, it showed how much more personality and character and uniqueness Black wrestlers could have if given the opportunity. But even though Crime Time was incredibly over as a WWE tag team, they never won a tag team championship, which wasn't even super prestigious at the time that they were popular. During most of the late 2000s into the 2010s, the tag titles were an afterthought, but for whatever reason, still too prestigious to be held by an all-Black team. In fact, since Rocky Johnson had won the tag team titles way back in the mid-'80s with Tony Atlas, multiple all-Black tag teams will exist, but rarely get a chance with the belts for years. At best, you would get maybe an interracial team where uber talented wrestlers like Shelton Benjamin would be matched with some guy that wasn't all that great in this biracial tag team thing. But you rarely saw something like Crime Time, which is what made them such a breath of fresh air. Yes, it had all the worst elements of what the WWE eventually did to Black wrestlers, but it turned it on its head and made it into something different. Crime Time came and went, and people thought that they would return again eventually. But unfortunately, in 2020, Shad Gaspard, who by all accounts was an amazing man and real-life hero, died saving his son from drowning in 2020 before they could ever make another return. Shad is another example of a Black man who's had to receive his flowers after he's left us. For decades, Black fans of the WWE had to get used to giving their favorite Black wrestlers flowers on the side, outside of the spotlight, having to be satisfied with the acknowledgement that real fans recognize the quality of their work, even if other fans, or more importantly, the administration of the WWE, never would. We've gotten our hopes up and seen pushes start and stop on a dime. We felt like wrestlers had everything they could possibly need to make it to the top, only for them to make it to the middle and basically just stay there. I mentioned Shelton Benjamin, but there's guys like MVP, D'Lo Brown, R-Truth. There's a long list of Black wrestlers who were legitimately great talents, not just good in the ring, not just good on the mic, but good gimmicks, good looks. They had everything. But even with all these tools, they might maybe sniff the top of the food chain, maybe be allowed to lose to John Cena once or twice, but they'll never ever get to a certain level within the company. And what makes it so bad is that to the untrained eye, it looks like many of these guys got every chance to be true headliners until you look at who wins the championship at the end of the day. Because the storytelling is so fluid, it's important for the WWE to make these guys look like they're legit contenders and give them strong pushes out of the gate with mid-card titles and little promo time and vignettes at the beginning. So people will say they had the opportunity. And
I'll say this. Like, I disagree with him. I wasn't around for D'Lo Brown, so you know, older viewers can get me hip to D'Lo Brown. But MVP, even as a kid, I never seen him as a world champion. R-Truth, I loved R-Truth, but even as a kid, I never seen him as a world champion. You know, and we could talk about the Black world champions once they get there and how they're treated. But the people he's mentioned right now, I can't necessarily say that I seen them as world champions. MVP definitely had the gimmick. You could definitely argue he had the mic work. I don't know if he ever had the ring work, though. I don't know about that part. R-Truth, you could argue he had he definitely had the ring work. Definitely had the athletic ability. Definitely had the gimmick. Definitely had the charisma. But was he ever really like that over? I don't know. I don't think so. So, especially given the last 10 years, and he's just been a comedy gimmick the last 10 years. So, I don't know about that one.
Just couldn't get to that level, but we see the crowds react strongly to them. We see that they're over in every way that they have to be, except for in the actual rooms where they make decisions. Kofi Kingston is one of the more clear examples of this. Kofi started out with this Jamaican fun guy gimmick, which he paired with amazing ring work and great energy. This brought him to the top of the mid card in only a few years. And then we watched it in excitement as he started to rub elbows with headliners in 2009, working with soon to be multiple time champions like CM Punk, John Cena, and Chris Jericho. I started a feud with bonafide main eventer and former champion Randy Orton, one of the biggest figures in the game and one of the top guys in the WWE for over the last 20 years. But just as this feud was getting hot, Kingston was squashed and buried and Shoot called stupid in the middle of the ring during a match.
Oh, so he know what's up. This is a dude who really does his research, man. Like, if I understand that a lot of the viewers aren't, you know, interested in, you know, a lot of y'all aren't Black, But like, really check this dude out, bro, because he really does his research to know that like little intricate details like this, like what actually happened between Kofi Kingston and Randy Orton. And at the same time, know all these statistics about, you know, like other things. That's very impressive. I was wondering if he was going to bring this up.
That's where he made a mental error by Randy Orton.
Kofi Kingston, jaw and face.
And then he was unceremoniously booted, no pun intended, to the end of the line for most of the next decade. Again, to be clear, this is not unique to black wrestlers, as Vince and a variety of figures with power in the WWE would constantly hold back other hot wrestlers just so they could keep their spots. But it definitely felt different and like a bigger waste than usual for a guy like Kofi Kingston. And with him and with other black wrestlers, it's hard not to notice that they're usually twice as good and twice as deserving than many of their white peers who suffered the same fate. For example, Zack Ryder's whole internet champion thing was great and it was a moment, but it's nothing compared to the waste that is having R-Truth be a comedy act for the last decade when he's had everything possible to be a top tier heel or face for years now. And that seemed like
I don't know about that one though, bro. Like, I love R-Truth, but he was never as over as Zack Ryder was. Like, before there was CM Punk, Voice of the Voiceless, before there was We Want Cody, before there was even the Yes Movement, bro, Zack Ryder had the world in his hands. Hey, I appreciate you. Thank you so much for stopping by. Thank you so much for your super chat as well. Thank you so much for tuning in. I hope you tune in next time. I will be streaming tomorrow at the same time. If you do that, I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Okay, whatever. But bro, Zack Ryder had the world in the palm of his hands. And again, I love R-Truth, but he was never up there with Zack Ryder. I gotta be honest. Jesus Christ. But yeah, he was never on that level. We could talk about skill, we could talk about talent, but in terms of the job, as in having the crowd be interested in you, he wasn't there though. I gotta disagree with him on that one.
All the WWE could be for decades, as I watched from the mid 80s going into the late 2010s. It felt like if you were black, you could be a part of the show, and maybe you didn't have to even be Sidney Poitier. You can be something interesting between Sidney Poitier and Denzel Washington every once in a while. You could come and collect your checks and have great matches, but you could never be on the marquee. You could never be built around as the headliner. That just wasn't a spot for the black man in the WWE. Unless, of course, if you count
What the Rock is cooking.
The Rock is a complex case in blackness and how blackness works, both in the WWE and life. I want to make one thing clear early on, especially for those biracial isn't black goofies in the audience. Yes, I do think you all are goofy. I'm sorry, but I'm not really. The Rock is black. The Rock has long since acknowledged that he is black. He has never denied this. It should not be misunderstood that if you're asking who the first black world champion in WWE history is, it's Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, with an asterisk. Just follow me for a second. While The Rock most definitely is black, he is also very clearly, very purposefully not black, to the point where I'm sure a lot of people aren't aware of the fact that The Rock is half black, that his that had a jerry curl, and The Rock used to have an afro. Like, these are not things that are well known within The Rock's history and current persona, and that's not an accident. Now, The Rock doesn't shy away from his racial and ethnic lineage, but he very much does not engage with or identify with it, whether as a wrestler or in movies. When you see The Rock on TV or movies, he is coded as either a Samoan man or racially ambiguous. And that means something to how the representation works, because The Rock and the WWE were pretty intentional to make sure that it was never clear that The Rock represented me as a black fan. For decades now, the blackest thing The Rock has done on camera was have that weird cameo in that one Tyler Perry.
And I was also wondering if you thought it would be too forward if I asked you out to get some coffee.
Well, there is that one time he joined the wrestling version of the Nation of Islam.
Gentlemen, they are one of the most powerful forces on earth. Would you please welcome the Nation of Domination?
power through the nation.
How do I explain this? So The Rock is wrestling royalty. His father, like I said, Rocky Johnson, former tag team champion and WWE legend. His mother is the child of Peter Maivia, another WWE legend. And as they depict in the Young Rock show, The Rock grew up around wrestling as a part of his life. So it made sense that after the professional football thing didn't pan out, The Rock found his way into WWE with relatively minimal training and real ring experience, which wasn't atypical, but he was still pushed forward because Vince McMahon was a huge fan and saw great potential in him. And this is because The Rock had a ton of natural talent, potential, and charisma. Though initially they didn't want this to be seen for whatever reason, probably again on some Vince McMahon, I know what works best type shit. So they kept him as this smiling baby face with little other personality and pushed him hard as that bland baby face, pretty quickly making him the youngest Intercontinental Champion of all time in 1996. But this shouldn't be mistaken for things going well for him.
Yeah, I think we all know the history of Rock. To sum it up, he started as Rocky Maivia, came in, die Rocky die. He was basically John Cena without the equity that John Cena had. So he got booed out the building. Then he came back and joined, as he said, the Nation of Islam or the Nation of Domination. Became more and more himself and became one of the greatest promos, because I think CM Punk is the greatest talker of all time, but one of the greatest talkers of all time, rated the greatest characters. My first favorite wrestler ever. Yes, my first favorite wrestler ever. Before I could say you can't see me, before I was chanting yes, before I was even doing the hand thing like CM Punk, the first thing I knew how to do was raise the eyebrow like The Rock. I don't know if I could do it anymore 20 years later, but I was raising the eyebrow like The Rock. That was my first favorite wrestler. My first favorite wrestler. He was so much my favorite wrestler that I used to hate Stone Cold Steve Austin until I realized that my pops was a Stone Cold Steve Austin fan as well. So, yes, The Rock was that guy to me, and he still is that guy, just in a cornier way, Hey, slap your wrist for the goosebumps. You feel me? But yeah, we all know the story of The Rock. Let's see if the
aesthetics and themes into what The Rock was doing, but I'm pretty sure that's not what he was all about. They still said by any means necessary, but the connection to what it originally came from was completely gone. But even in that, it's a pretty profound symbol of Black political action, organizing occurred. As I've said before, there have been countless uber talented Black wrestlers in WWE history that should have hired. About that, being face in the process. Some point out probably the great Black wrestler of all time, World Championship title for the WWE in 2006. However, as the WWE, they have 2 World Champion belts with different names, and while on paper there's no technical hierarchy between them, at the time it was greatly understood that one belt was more prestigious than was the WWE champion. And this was mostly represented by the fact that the WWE Championship belt was only defended on WWE Raw, flagship of the company, and the other World Championship was defended on SmackDown. Sometimes this difference is negligible or non-existent. So, for example, right now, the most prestigious title is arguably.
This is where I gotta like. Yo, we good? Yeah, y'all hear me? Yo. My apologies. I don't know what just happened. But we good? All right. I don't know what just happened. But so and Connor, I swear I'm about to finish up. But
on SmackDown.
Yeah, so the World Heavyweight Championship was like the big deal. And of course you could say that is due to I feel I got something on my lip. But of course, you could say that is due to Triple H holding the championship for as long as he did. But for a long, let's see, WrestleMania 20, the World Heavyweight Championship main evented, 21 as well, 24, 20, no, not 26. And then it ended in 29. So there was times where the World Heavyweight Championship was more prestigious. Like when Batista held it. And I don't know if Batista is black. He always looked black to me, but I would say there is definitely it goes up and down. And especially WWE champion, like when Kofi held it, it did not feel like a big deal at all. It did not feel like a big deal at all when Kofi. I mean, it felt like a big deal when he won it, but around that time, the WWE Championship never main evented. It just never did for some reason. Universal Champion was always the bigger deal. And my signal is going bad, so I'm guessing that is my sign that I need to be wrapping this up.
Down with Roman Reigns, but at the time when Booker T won the championship, it was kind of at a low point. Further and more importantly, Booker T won it as a heel, evoking the imagery of Denzel Washington winning his Oscar. There's much more to the lore to explain all of this in this particular run, but I just understand this moment, him as a champion, while a great run as a champion, it doesn't really hit the mark. And the core reason is that Booker T as the champ was never the face of the company. He never got the late night talk show appearances. He didn't.
Well, I don't know. That's kind of unfair though. That's kind of unfair though, because again, I think he won it in 2007. Yeah, of course, John Cena. Yeah, John Cena was the biggest guy. Like John Cena outdrew, he was overpowering a lot of people, black and white. But that year, that the next WrestleMania that he's talking about, that Booker T, I think Booker T won it in 2007. Was it 2006? Because I know Batista got injured. It may be 2006. I may be tripping. Because it was 2006. So he may be, yeah, because Rey Mysterio won it, because that was the year that WrestleMania was like a tribute basically for Eddie Guerrero. Vince McMahon completely buried Rey Mysterio, and he eventually lost it to Booker T. Yeah, so the World Heavyweight Championship definitely wasn't. Yeah. I see what he mean. It wasn't necessarily though, because Booker T was black.
Status, he didn't get the full prestige of what holding that title should mean. There was never that moment that I talked about at the beginning of us watching him be celebrated at the highest level of his industry as a black man. He was meant to be booed.
Please rise.
But he almost did have that. In fact, it's one of the biggest misses in WWE history.
What a great night.
Ooh, we about to talk about this.
He's got a lot to smile about. Oh, yeah. As we said.
Years before, Booker T was slated to be one of the headliners at WrestleMania 19 in a championship match against Triple H. And this feud had all of these implicitly racist undertones that the WWE hadn't seen since the Nation of Domination days, with scenes of Triple H throwing money at Booker T and saying people like you aren't meant to be champions here.
Your job is to make people like me laugh, and you're very good at it. With your nappy hair and your suckers.
Triple H was an incredibly hated heel, while Booker was incredibly over. He was one of the most popular figures in the entire company, and it felt like a lock for him to win the title at WrestleMania and have a decent run. It's rare that a WrestleMania ends without crowning a new babyface champion, and it would have been perfect for someone like Booker T, who had come a long way to get there and had a ton of fanfare and love behind him. But unfortunately, Booker lost in rather anticlimactic fashion. He was relegated back to the mid-card, as many talented black men had been before him, up until his reign as world champ on SmackDown, which again was a step below in prestige. This moment, this feud with Booker T, where all of us thought it was happening and didn't, hangs heavy in the hearts and in the heads of many a WWE fan, but it definitely loomed large in the heads of black fans whenever a new black wrestler emerged and seemed capable of reaching the highest heights of the company. We would watch this happen and refuse to get our hopes up because it felt like we would just have to be satisfied with never seeing one of us at the top. And all of this was going through our heads when suddenly Kofi Kingston was thrust into the main event scene in 2019, 10 years after Randy Orton called him stupid and pushed him back down the ladder. 16 years after Booker T lost unceremoniously to Triple H, and over 35 years since Ron Simmons first hoisted the WCW championship. At this point in his career, Kofi is more than a 10-year vet who seemingly has maxed out his opportunities. He's older and less physically impressive and coming out of a tag team role where he was incredibly popular, but still not seen as a main eventer at that level. But suddenly, after all these years, he was going to be the first black man to headline WrestleMania in 15 years. So the question is, how did we get there? So going back to Kofi's earliest days, he came in and was strongly pushed and was strongly over with the crowd. He'd been a respected and well-regarded performer for years, winning several mid-card championships and several tag team championships before that feud with Randy Orton.
All right. I think we all know basically what happened here. Kofi Mania was definitely a bust. So we know about Kofi Mania. No reason to live through that nonsense again.
Or Kofi. And this didn't happen because Kofi was black, but because he was black, it felt different. And I'm sure it felt different to others. Because this wasn't just a loss, it was also a reminder to never get invested in representation politics or black firstisms. Because at the end of the day, all of those firsts do have to come at the behest and approval of white institutions. And just as quickly as they can build you up and let you have your moment, they can take it away. And I think everyone knew this, but it didn't make it hurt any less to see it. So I stopped watching wrestling. And then COVID hit. And then Ahmaud Arbery was murdered. And then George Floyd was murdered. And then Breonna Taylor was murdered. And then all hell broke loose. Nothing seemed right for a while. And by the time I tried to watch wrestling again months after this happened, the crowd was gone, COVID was happening, people were dying, and it just felt wrong. And so for nearly 5 years, I barely watched any wrestling. And it wasn't until this past Royal Rumble that I watched a full wrestling show, and it was pretty damn good. I missed it. I remembered why I enjoyed wrestling watching that show. But then I also realized I had missed a whole lot. See, while the WWE is still a big corporation formerly ran by an awful person, it does seem like Kofi Mania had a lasting impact. In this near 5-year period that I haven't watched since Kofi lost, we've seen his brother Big E have a championship reign. We've seen Bobby Lashley, another legendary black wrestler that was often passed over, have a championship reign. And black women, who I haven't talked about a lot, are leading the pack in wrestling in America right now. Like some of the biggest stars in wrestling across the world are black women. 2 black women headline WrestleMania in 2021, and the same thing's probably going to happen probably by 2025. And to be clear, this isn't revolutionary.
It definitely
this is still
will.
Very much entertainment. It's wrestling, a show where a 70-year-old woman can give birth to a hand. Because since Kofi Mania, I know that little black boys and girls won't have to watch the WWE and only see black people as pimps and thugs, that my sons will instead throw pancakes at the crowd and see themselves in ways that I didn't think were possible as a little boy. At a simple level, that's the amazing thing about wrestling and the black experience, that the stories that exist there resonate in ways you wouldn't believe could come from something as silly as pro wrestling. To the point where grown men across the country, myself included, shed tears for a moment of triumph that was scripted. Not because wrestling is real, but because the emotions evoked by the story it tells very much are. So I'm scared about this video for a couple of reasons. Number one, I'm filming this in a location and environment that I haven't done my entire YouTube career because going through a bit of a transition. Let's cross our fingers for that. But also because the WWE is extremely stingy with any type of use of their content, even when it's very clearly free use. So I know I'm going to fight multiple copyright flags on this video to make sure it remains monetized.
Thanks for the hands
I'll
up.
win them all in the end, but in the meantime, there will be some struggle. Because of that, it would be greatly appreciated that those of you who aren't already a part of my Patreon, please join my Patreon, because it means that I can continue to take risks with videos like this. This is a video I've been wanting to make for years. And for those of you who have been here for a long time, you know that I said I would only make this video when I felt like it was safe to do so. That's only possible because of my Patreon patrons, but also because of today's sponsor, Nebula. For those who don't know, Nebula is the independent streaming platform that serves as somewhat of an alternative to YouTube. It's not a replacement per se, but it's a place where creators like myself who make analytical and thought-provoking content can make what we want to make, how we want to make it. This means no ad breaks in the middle of videos. This means not worrying about YouTube's secretive algorithm. And it means having a company behind us that will side with us as creators when we show 5 seconds of a WWE match on screen. If you've watched some of my other videos, whether they be about football or anime or certain movies, you've probably seen big blurred out boxes or black boxes with text over them. These are just moments where I've had to censor myself to get a video out in time and get paid for it. But you can watch those videos minus all those barriers on Nebula. You'll even find some videos that are extended 5, 10, sometimes even 20 minutes longer on Nebula. This video probably included. And this is because Nebula is not just another big tech startup media app type thing. It's the future of independent creation. Not only will you find some of your favorite YouTube creators making science, history, media analysis, and lifestyle content, you'll find it again ad-free, and you'll find stuff you can't find on YouTube, such as original videos, classes on creating your own content, and bigger stuff on the horizon, such as independent films and docuseries. But to be clear, the main reason to help Nebula, from my perspective, is to help me. Nebula serves as a support role, so I know if I want to make something like this video that may not be super popular with the algorithm, or a video that doesn't pay me enough, that Nebula has my back. And you can have my back by signing up using my promo code FD Signifier and get 40% off a yearly subscription for only $2.50 a month. So thank you so much for watching this video. Thank you so much for Nebula to sponsoring this video, and peace.
Okay. So I let that play because I've heard of Nebula a lot. But I let that play because that is very important for you who all like those educational videos. YouTube, as we all know, definitely, hinders a lot of creativity. So if you would like to, check out that. I will have a link in the description for this man's channel. Jesus, my hairline is doing backflips right now. But this video was amazing. Of course, I didn't watch it all. I will watch it all, listen to it. I'll listen to it in my own time because it's very educational. But I went into this expecting to see someone's perspective from the outside, but I didn't know he was a wrestling fan like that. That is somebody I watch daily for the most part. But still, it's still just a crazy perspective, seeing it from a quote unquote old head. But yeah, just make sure that you check out his content again. Even no matter what race you are, no matter what political views you have, it's definitely someone you can learn from. So as you see, but other than that, I'm getting tired. I have food in the oven. I have to go. I understand that, I did make this. I did react to this knowing that he does usually hit up the person who reacts to it. And I would love to have a conversation with that man about wrestling, about anything really. But, shout out to FD Signifier again. I appreciate you all for stopping in. This is unfortunately the part of the stream where I hit the end stream button and take my ass to sleep. I'm watching my little brother tomorrow, so I need all the energy I can have. I'm probably way too late on this. Connor, I apologize for this stream going longer than what I expected it to, but it's a Friday, so what are you gonna do? But I appreciate you all again. You all have a beautiful night. I will see you all tomorrow. Again, one last time, there are 9 of you left in here. There are 8 of you. 1 of you on Twitch. It's probably me at this point. Let's be honest. There are 8 of you. There are 8 of you in here on YouTube. Again, I'll say this because this is probably be a clip as well. We are doing a watch along for Double or Nothing. If you want to watch Double or Nothing with me, you have to tune into the Twitch. You have to tap in with the Twitch. Follow me on there. We will be doing a live watch along. I can't do it on YouTube because if I do it on YouTube, the audio will allow Aubrey Edwards and AEW to take down the stream. So tap in to the Twitch, hit that follow button so you know when I'm going live and we can watch it all together. I appreciate you all. Have a beautiful night. Sub to Act. Peace. In stream.